These teams don't often play against them, so maybe that's enough to barely get Kungara over the line. And then you'd be hoping, for Kungara's sake, that Ranking could take out Carahouse.2L as well in the third match of the day. As Port, it will be picked a lot less in 2022. We have seen a decent amount at this tournament, though.
Yeah, I feel like it's still a little bit undervalued with Eagle Eye and Mexico getting a lot more picks than they used to once they were in the pool. So it is going to be a tough one, but I'm eager to see who pulls this off.
Comes down to this one map. There is no more best of threes to talk about for Kungara. Backs against the wall, similar for the side of Carahouse.2L. You got to get it done now if you want to have a chance to make it to the knockout round tomorrow. As we hop on a Port for the third map, the decider of this best of three.
Yeah, for Carahouse, the big advantage they have here to start it off is that GR side being theirs early in this half. So it is going to be tough for Kungara, knowing on the BL side they had so many struggles in the previous map. And maybe they've got something new for us here in map number 3. A lot of attention already towards this A side of the map from both teams, really. It is JRK who gets the opener. Rambo finds another, making a double kill from the top of sight. And Kungara, they are forced out of this one.
Well, that was quick. I think the second that JRK made himself known, Kungara were trying to swing onto him. There was a lot of smoke. Didn't matter. Rambo still able to line up two. And even went for that third jump shot just for a bit of flair and maybe a little bit of extra on the way out. But yeah, that's a huge stop already from the side of Carahouse. And now Kungara, 2 guys left, are sitting in the spawn. And you can see the position here of Dola trying to pick up a couple of kills for himself. Mercs is going to check it. Very nicely done. That's going to be the first 1v1 of many they'll have to win if they want to come back in this round.
Yeah, the big thing for Carahouse here is just making sure they set up to trade. If they give a couple 2v1s over to Mercs and Famous, they're right back in this round with a chance to win it. You can see already they're targeting another player without too much support. It's going to be Rambo, who's already found 2 on the round. Here comes the pressure. They find another 2 for 1. And just like that, it's a 2-on-3. JRK down to 10 HP.
Yeah, I mean, essentially anybody's game. And look at this. I mean, Famous just put an AK in his hands. Like, just let this guy do this, and you will have success. And Port is a great map for it. So they're going to line up for it, especially when they're pushing into A. JRK pretty low, as you mentioned. They're not quite able to root him out. Lucas as well looking for the peak, but that is just another headshot. 3 for 3 as Famous looks to be unstoppable. JRK, I think he's got the read on where Famous is, though. Nice shots already going in. Famous looking for the aggressive peak as JRK is not able to land any of those jump shots, and Famous picks up a 4-piece in the first round to bring it back.
Yeah, what a play from Famous, but also JRK, like, okay, jumping once, it's fine, but why 3 times? Of course, like, when you keep on jumping, Famous will kill you, bro. Like, unnecessary play from this guy. But, like, some crispy headshots here, especially this one on Shady is super tough, I can tell as a player. Hitting this shot is super unlikely, but not for Famous. Yeah.
That's exactly what they needed. Their win condition kind of back on the table for Kungara. Famous already getting a kill in this round as well. On to Dola. And if you can stall out Dola, that's a huge move in the swing of Kungara.
This is it's not only the first round here, Blacklist, Port, you know, etc. It's just the manner in which they won it. You know, it was looking so good for Carahouse with Rambo like jumping up, picking up 2 kills. JRK getting the first kill. He's been struggling a bit. And then Kungara just said no. They were like, no, we're going to take this. Famous especially, obviously. And now starts it off early in this round, and they're taking it very slow. Maybe trying to wait until Carahouse are going to make that first false step as the aggressor. But, yeah, Carahouse is going to wait for it and chill out for now. Let's see where Kungara decide to go, as it looks like a B execution is brewing.
It's going to be early pressure here onto Lucas to hold the line all by himself. 1 versus 5 for the side as well. Lucas, though, good for the collateral. Lucas looking for more here. They can't find a way to take him down. Shady able to swoop in for the support, but Lucas, he is still alive and kicking from the backside of Pit. Rambo finds one over the top. The nades are coming through, but Famous trying to do all of the heavy lifting again. This time it's not going to work out, though. Shady saves the day in the 1-on-2.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Lucas just holding down the site by himself, buying enough time. If you can get those initial kills, as we'll take another look here at this headshot, it's a really perfect spray. And one of them lands. Famous also picking up 2 more headshots, and inevitably, somebody is going to peek him and take him down. He's got 7 kills in 2 rounds. Rest of the team not able to pull it through on that B aggression to get them a second round, though. So you can get as many kills as you want, but if the team is not executing and picking up wins, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, I feel like if you want to rush Beast, that you need at least one player who's going for the wall bang, no matter if there's one player covering or not. Because, yeah, this was the main reason why Lucas was even able to pick up 2 there. Shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, definitely felt pretty free. And he was able to get away scot-free and survive for way too long. Bought a ton of time.
This time, though, Shady, he's got boosted into the A connector. He's already up top here. And look at this peak. They're not really going to be ready for it here. Shady able to get that nice one and done and fall off. Brando as well, taking a lot of utility damage. Down to 20 HP himself. And Shady, he can still hold on comfortably to this position. But Kungara, they've got nowhere to run towards other than B.
Yeah, that looks to be the target here. Carahouse, though, 2 guys on B for now. And they've got Lucas nearby. Could always rotate on over if necessary. If they do get the read. Especially with Shady still in that same spot. He can peek in the mid, say, okay, well, they're not mid. And we know they're not A-long yet. So definitely watch out for B. There's 3 guys stacked here for Carahouse.2L. It's going to be incredibly difficult for them to break into. Famous, though, will be reliable with that headshot. Brando gets 1 as well. But Lucas and so many guys just on the site, it is so difficult to break in if they are just ready for it. As now it's Famous in the 1v2. He's getting flanked right now by Shady. Will he look behind him? He does. But it is a little bit too late. Shady just going to spray that one down. And that's going to be another round here for Carahouse.2L.
Yeah, really solid positioning here on the site. They knew they kind of forced them into that B execution, so they were able to stack 3 players on the site and get a lot of value, but also just Shady at the start of the round, forcing them there. Did so much work from that top A connector position to put them in a very winnable round now. Kungara early on tries to go for the B tunnels, actually stalled out by the utility presence from Carahouse, putting 3 players here early on. And now again, they put the early presence in one side of the map. They try now and back off towards another. I like this approach from Carahouse, but Kungara, they're starting to catch on, and it looks like they might re-execute into it towards B. They still have Lucas underneath in the lower B tunnels. Brando whiffs that entire spray, though. Somehow Lucas hasn't been addressed. Finally, Famous says, hey, I'm going to go get this guy finally. But, I mean, Famous, he's the only one getting the entries here. Finds himself a second on to Shady. And now they at least have the numbers to work with. But this is where the rest of Kungara has to get something done.
Famous has 201 ADR at this point. I mean, he is like the only reason why Kungara are in this at all. And that's just not going to be enough. You know, maybe if this was like a best of 5 rounds or something, but that's not the case. You need to have consistency from the entire team. JRK is trying to get the peek here. That's going to be a free Brando kill underneath as this push is coming in here. Rambo has been pretty clean from up on A top. And now Dola's coming over. JRK as well got the angle. Famous does get 1, but that's going to be it. It's only Famous to pick up 3. And it's Carahouse to pick up the round.
Yeah, I feel kind of bad for Famous. He really needs some support. At least 1 or maybe 2 more players should step up for Kungara. Otherwise, it's unlikely that they will get more rounds. Even if Famous gets like 3 kills, it still feels like it's not even a close round.
How does Kais have 0 damage per round?
Yeah, that's...
It's been 4 rounds.
That's rough. Especially because up until this point, they were kind of the duo for this team that could get it done, and now there's just nobody even close to Famous on this side, and he's had 3 rounds with 3 kills that they've lost, which is crazy to think about because 3 kills from an entry fragger is way more than you normally would get, but the rest of Kungara has to find a way through here, otherwise this could be over very quickly.
Let's see how Kungara are going to elect to push into this one. So far, they've been taking these early rounds pretty slowly. Just waiting to see if they can get some picks. Dola, you know, trying to peek a couple of times. Shady as well on the connector has been a bit of a nuisance, but this time just up on the bridge. So no big peaks from the side of Carahouse. You see that Kungara wait about a minute, and then they push in through B. Let's see if they do commit to this site. They've still got 2 other guys that are not with them at the moment. Just trying to get some information, but especially on a map like Port, you know, it's hard to know exactly how many guys are going to be on B unless you're making a lot of noise elsewhere. So yeah, just 5 guys now in mid, actually, from Kungara. Kai's, he's going to up that ADR by 20, picks up the 1 kill, and could be pretty crucial. Takes out Lucas here on that long angle into B.
Yeah, now they've got the numbers to work with, working towards this B bomb site, potentially a split out of mid as well. Mercs going in, but he's going to be caught with the bomb. Rambo downs the bomb carrier. Now Carahouse just collapse onto the bomb and get a 3-on-2. Famous, he's still alive, so you've got a chance. But Kais has to make a move out, but still, the bomb is down in the GR spawn. Famous stuck in a 1-on-2, and he has no time to work with. 15 seconds, spots the first player, surely not in the 1v2. He gets it! What is that second shot?
No way! No way.
What on earth?
Famous is feeling it, but also questions, why was Kais carrying the bomb in GR base? Should have been Famous.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's okay if Famous can get 13 headshots and 14 kills in 5 rounds. Yeah, they're relying a lot on him, but maybe that's enough to try to get them ahead. But he is going to go down to Dola this time around, and he is really trying to get this team hyped up. Can they follow up on it? So far, not in this round. Kai's the only one left available, as they did try to push into B, but they were met with a pretty stiff defense on the side of Carahouse.2L. So looking pretty good for Carahouse, unless Kai's can somehow turn this ship around.
Yeah, he's got the bomb control at least, but still, 1 versus 4. Dola alone on the site, so maybe if he can find a quick way to take him down, but even then, Shady now there for the support to make sure they play this in a 2-2 setup. Definitely the right call. They almost lined up for it, but still, Kais, he's going to be spotted, taken down to 12 HP. He's kind of just trying to run away here, but there isn't anywhere to turn. It's an entire team of Carahouse peeking him down and securing themselves a 4-2 lead.
Yeah, honestly, I've never seen a team which relied that much on just one single player. I mean, the good news, at least they got 2 rounds. Port is still GR-sided. If they get maybe like 4 rounds on Blacklist, they can take this one. Yeah. This was insane. The second one, flick shot onto JRK. Timing was totally off of Famous actually, but he still managed to get his clutch done.
I mean, it just doesn't get crisper than that. I mean, that's pretty much as good as you're going to get. Famous picks up another headshot here. 14 for 15. And, you know, good news, he's got the bomb this time. I think the team has slowly realized, okay, just give him the bomb, let him do everything, and we'll just be their support. You know, one guy go in first, Famous will immediately trade it back. That's what happened just there after that initial pick. And now look at this. It's only Lucas. He has an Alm as, again, Mercs to jump in and be the bodyguard as Michael is going to be the one who cleans that one up, actually. Famous still high on health, and he's letting his team do the work this time. Kai is able to clean it up, picks up 2. And that's good news for Kungara. If anybody else can step up with Famous this hot, you're going to be good enough to take a lot of rounds.
Yeah, they're in a great position now, already keeping this one close on the BL side. 3-4, not a bad place to be in. If they can find themselves at least 4, they should be feeling really good about how this half has gone down, considering they probably shouldn't have more than round if Famous wasn't playing as well as he has been. But now they've been kind of given this gift to take this match back into their hands, and it seems they might just find it after all. The whole team in this round grouping early on towards the A bomb site. They've got to contest Rambo here, and this is where Kai's has had some struggles. Rambo hitting the shots pretty successfully on this A top angle.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if you really want to take this battle, as Rambo's going to get the shot, immediately ducks down. It's very nicely done from Rambo, and there's really just no ability to trade it back, although Rambo did get quite low in the trade. The kill is still extremely valuable here. So again, they try to push out on A long. It doesn't really go their way. And they'll have to select a new route to go in here. Although Mercs is still holding the bomb over there towards A to see if anyone tries to follow up for information. Not exactly the way that Carahouse has been playing, though. So just got to wait and make a push somewhere. See if anyone pokes at a B, perhaps. Kais is going to come up here towards Shady. Oh, he actually hit him. Gets pretty close, but again, 2 close kills, but no kills to the side of Kungara.
I think Kai's aware that Shady got a leg shot here. Should definitely go for an execute because also Rambo is super low HP.
Yeah, they've got enough to make some pressure here. Famous still being alive as well. Means they've got a pretty good chance of making this one happen, I would say. I mean, 14 headshots out of 15. Still over that 90% on headshots in most of his games, but now they've got an execute they've got to nail here. 30 seconds on the clock. You can see Carahouse getting a pretty good indication the speed push is coming through. Famous Brando and Mercs just charging in. Dola immediately finds 2. Brando trades it out, but it's all Famous alone. No time on the clock. 15 seconds. Needs 4 kills. He's had some big clutch moments, but it won't be here.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you're just very low on time. It's pretty predictable at that point where they're going to be coming in here. You see Rambo, he hit that shot, and Mercs nearly trades it back, but was not meant to be. And so eventually kind of a flimsy push is taken down towards the B side. We got 1 more round here. If Kungara can get a 4th, that's going to make things really interesting going into the next half because it's still really anybody's game from there. Even 3-6 is not that bad. And, you know, we'll see what Carahouse can do from the Blacklist side if they've got any momentum going in there.
Yeah, Michael trying to find that pick, expecting Shady to be up there in the A connector, which he is for like the 3rd or 4th time in this half so far. So it's not a bad shout to be holding that angle and watching for that flank. But it does leave them fairly exposed on the B bomb side. It's really only Dola in this position. He's been pretty decent, though, at securing 2 before going down if the B push comes through. But this is where Famous wants to try and work his way through the middle of the map. I like this call. He has a lot of success in taking these close quarter fights, and they could potentially find something out of this one. Mercs as well, poking around here, seeing if he can spot anyone on the GR spawn wall. Sneaks out. Does he have the timing to catch them? Yes, he does. But look at this flank from Carahouse. Lucas and Shady shut that down really, really quickly. Mercs, he is just stuck here. No way out. Famous, it's a 1v5. There shouldn't be a chance, but maybe there is here. Famous, 2 taps back to back. Finds the first 2. JRK and Shady, they are nearby. But Famous, he's not going to have enough in him to pull off the 1v5.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? It's 3 rounds, and, you know, the guy's got 152 ADR. He's 17 and 6 with 16 headshots. 0 assists. Doesn't need any of those. I just... if just one other guy steps up, just like anybody is able to get in there, you've got a decent shot. But Carahouse are playing as a team. I mean, you look at their scores, 9-9, 8-7-7. Everybody's pulling their weights. They had a very nice little flank execution from the GR side there as the push was coming in. Seemed like they read the play very well, and that kind of took all the steam out of that push as well. So Carahouse definitely looking pretty good from the GR side. Can they close it out? Just 4 rounds on the Blacklist side, and you make it into the next day of competition.
Honestly, I don't get why Kais and Famous covering A side. Both of the best players from Ghana defending bomb side A. So it really comes down to Brando, Michael, and Merc stepping up. Because I have no doubt in Kais and Famous they will defend this A side. So B side might be the weak point. Anyway, it seems like we've seen A execute, which are good news for Kungara.
It'll be good news if it actually comes through. But right now, there is some hesitation from Carahouse finally starting to make their way out towards this bomb site. Kai still has to hold the line with Famous here. Nothing going their way just yet. Famous going to be good for 1. Kai's, though, goes down quickly, but look at this response from Doha and Rambo to just steamroll their way into sight. Now it's already a 4v1 Mercs. He is left alone, and there is just no way he's going to be able to retake this bomb site.
Well, he gets the drop on Dola for free. It's a good start for him. But, yeah, still he's got the weight of 3 guys that are all about to peek him at the same time, potentially. Lucas comes out, Shady gets the job done. And, yeah, that was a really swift and aggressive play. That kind of looks like what Baisha did to them. Maybe they learned a thing or two. Just throwing over a slightly delayed push as well. Like they threw in a grenade and flash, and then they're like, oh, we're not actually going to do it. And then, like, 5 seconds later, they just pushed in so aggressively. And you saw that Kungara was just not able to hold that off.
A great play from Dola here. That's also what lacking on Kungara's team, I think. One good entry fragger with the M4. Because when Brando and also Mercs trying to go for the entry picks towards B set, for example, didn't work out at all. Especially on Port, you need at least one good player with the M4. This is really key on this map.
It's going to be a slow start here, but favoring towards the A site for Carahouse. They've got their whole team grouped up and ready to go in for this mid and A execution. Rambo just holding on patiently to B long. Michael almost spotted there through the double doors in mid. But again, like you mentioned, Seven, I do worry if this goes towards B. 2 players not having their best of games, both holding down that site could potentially spell disaster if they catch on to it. Thankfully for Kungara, it does seem it could be another A push in the making. But just as I say that, you do start to see a little bit of a rotation here towards that B bomb site.
Yeah, 3 guys over there already. They have flashed Lucas into this connector. And that means he gets, you know, a bit of chip damage with the grenade. But again, this time it's almost like they're faking that they're going to do the same thing. But it's actually a big push on a B. And you can see that Mercs is here. They've got Brando nearby, but this is going to come extremely fast. I don't know if they're going to be ready for this one. Mercs gives the call, throws out the utility. Brando near as well. Nice little peek from Mercs as they don't actually commit to it. It's just JRK in there alone, and he's going to be taken out, but they immediately rotate away from this one, not expecting the follow-up, and now Carahouse are onto the site for free.
Just a crazy over-rotation there. They got 1 pick and thought the full retake was going to have to go towards A, but then they just give up sight completely. Just doesn't make sense to me at all, and now Kungara, they are stuck here in the GR spawn. Dola just poking around at them here, along with Rambo and Shady. There's just no way back in through this funnel, and you can see it. Kai's no way out, goes down, and it's an 8-3 game.
It's such an obvious double fake actually from the Vietnamese squad, and for some reason Mercs was rotating off towards GR base. This basically cost them the round because he got the entry frag onto JRK, but then rotating off towards GR base. And yeah, in the end, retaking B side is really tough.
Yeah, it really came back to bite them. And at this point, Carahouse, multiple rounds in a row, even after the half. Something like 4 or 5 at this point, really kind of taken off with this map. We've seen this happen many times between many different teams after the half, just winning multiple rounds in a row, just running away with the map. And Carahouse definitely looking like the better team this time around. The GR side, for the side of Kungara, has looked a bit weak in multiple facets, but also the aggression and the pace at which Carahouse.2L are playing has been quite fantastic, and it's been enough to get them over the line multiple times against Kungara.
Yeah, right now Kungara, they've got to be careful. If another B push comes their way, there's no Kais, there's no Famous. They've got to hold these players, have no time to waste. They've got to step up now and make sure they can win this round. Brando gets the opener, a good way to get it started. Mercs stuck here up top, but he's got the support for at least a moment. Mercs able to get one on his way down. Michael not going to find anything out of that, though, and that could be potentially the round now for Carahouse, but it's Famous on the flank, who still has a glimpse of hope he could bring this team.
That's pretty rough. I mean, they got totally wiped over there, as that is a really nice angle from Famous. He's going to take down Shady. But yeah, afterwards, Kai's kind of running in as Famous was nowhere near. And he gets isolated 2v1. Now, though, Famous able to make it a 1v1. Might just be another one of those Famous rounds, but Rambo has been performing quite well as well. 12-6. And now he's just hanging out in the GR base, trying to get a read on where Famous could be.
It's a bit of a gamble for Famous to go all the way back towards A. He thought the rotation would come through, but now he has to play full retake in the 1v1. And again, he has to put the weight of his team on his shoulders and make this one happen if they don't want it to be a tie or die situation on this map. But the time's already halfway down. There's so many angles he's got to clear here to retake this bomb site, and he has not worked fast enough to make this one happen. Rambo, all he has to do is wait for the defuse. This is a free kill here on the bait. But again, he's just looking in the wrong angle. He can't clear everything. He has to force stick this defuse, but Rambo, he's not going to matter. There's just no time. Unfortunate for Famous. The round will fall to Carahouse.
Yeah, unlucky. Famous took the gamble and just waiting at this A side. I felt 1 second that the bomb has been planted on the wrong spot actually from Rambo. So maybe even Famous could have just sticked it on the first attempt. Anyway, still a clean headshot, but yeah, just no time left to defuse the bomb.
You saw the stats. It's 4 top stats for Famous. And the team is 3-9 in round score. He's definitely pulled his weight and a lot more, as Lucas does take a bit of a leg shot there, a little peek from Kais or someone. Able to get some damage done. Famous here now on the bridge, trying to be a little bit more aggressive with his positioning, maybe get an early pick off before Carahouse go for one more of these devastating executes.
Famous, though, wants to take the risk, able to find one from the A connector, but that is a quick trade from Carahouse. Kai is trying to hang on, finds himself one. Michael spots another underneath, but loses the fight to JRK. Kais has to be the hero in this round, but it might not happen. Mercs, he's got the wraparound, a chance here to maybe find this shutdown, but it is do or die for Mercs and Brando. They don't have anyone else to rely on to save this map. JRK spots Brando and Mercs in the GR spawn. They've got to move in here, but Carahouse, they are in full lockdown mode.
Yeah, they've got a lot of time. Not going to plant it just yet. Trying to maybe see if somebody on the side of Kungara will poke out first. Brando is going to pick off the headshot onto JRK. Now Mercs comes over trying to double team onto Rambo, but Rambo and Shady about to look for some peaks themselves. They get that damage done. Mercs is clean with the one, but not with the second. It's 10-3 as Carahouse will get on to the next round. We're back here on the desk. Carahouse.2L able to pick up the 2-1 victory here over Kungara. And with that, that does mean that Kungara is 0-2, so they are the only team that can be knocked out of this wild card, which means we will have one final match after this one to decide who's going to be the first seed out of wild card and face X-Rock in the round of 8, and who's going to be that unfortunate second seed that has to play Baisha in the round of 8. So nobody wants to be that seed, so this last match certainly, definitely a lot on the line for both of those teams. But yeah, we do say goodbye to one more of our teams in Kungara, as they are not able to make it onto the next round with the 0-2 scoreline. And yeah, you know, I feel like they had some really good showings. Obviously Famous and Kai's even from times, definitely some good stuff. But this wasn't enough as a team to get across the line.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer to see the first 4 teams going out being all of the Western teams at this point now, but you know what? Vietnam stepped up today as a region, and I feel like even Carahouse in this match showed us a lot more than what we've seen from them so far. They're starting to get things kind of back closer to the old form. I would say they're not quite there yet, to where I would say they have a really strong chance against ranking for this final match, but they're definitely looking a lot better than what we've seen previously.
Yeah, congrats to Carahouse, obviously in the end a well-deserved win, especially on port, convincing performance. But yeah, it's sad to see that there's no West team in the top 8. I think this is the first time this is happening since 2013 second season, when Ice9 got eliminated in the group stage, as far as I remember, but I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I think the only hope left now for Carahouse in this tournament, because I think they will still not win any match anymore in this tournament. I think probably will lose to ranking, and then they will lose to Baisha in the quarterfinals. The only hope for me is Dola. If Dola keep playing like that, maybe they have a chance, because yeah, he used to be one of the key fraggers in the last 2 maps, at least with the M4 especially. If he steps into the plate alongside Lucas and Rambo, they might have a shot against ranking. I still feel like ranking overall looks like the stronger team.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I think that you can even just draw direct comparisons from the first match today and then the second match today and say, you know, that ranking, especially a couple of those guys like Humio, Ice Cube, really stepping up, like absolutely dominating those lobbies. And it does feel like as a team they haven't gone through as much hardship, you could say, as Carahouse.2L in terms of the teams they've had to face or the teams that they have gotten clobbered by. Of course, I'm speaking about Baisha. But yeah, I don't know. Carahouse may be able to bring in some momentum from this series that they did just take, and maybe they'll show off a good performance. At least another 3-mapper would be nice, because we haven't had a lot of those, and getting as much crossfire as possible is always very enjoyable. But yeah, definitely on the same page with you, 7. I think Ranking Esports should be coming through for this last match to take this one down. And it's big, because I think on a good day, both Ranking and even Carahouse, even though they haven't really shown a good day, could challenge X-Rock. But I don't think either of these guys can even come close to Baisha.
Yeah, I feel like Baisha is kind of reserved for maybe a semi-final before they face really any hardship, but I feel like moving forward for ranking, if they can keep evolving, I could see them being a really competitive team in this one. Carahouse, I wouldn't say this match gives me any sort of confidence just yet. It's a good start, I would say, but they still have a lot of issues that they need to work on if they want to make it further in this event.
Look at the stats. Famous 2.33 KD, and the rest of his teammates basically didn't even show up. That's how it feels like. But yeah, I still hope that we see Famous next year once again at CFS. It's just so enjoyable to watch this guy playing Crossfire. Definitely one of the best players of all time in Crossfire West.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the scoreline, very interesting, actually. It goes 10-5 in one direction, and then 10-4, 10-3 towards Carahouse. So you can see Kungara started off really strong on that first map, but at the end of the day, wasn't enough to get through the best of 3. We can always say, what if this tournament would have been best of 1 group stage and wildcard? Who knows? You know, LCK with the win over All Gamers, Kungara over Imperial that one time. Kungara maybe in this series as well. Could have been pretty interesting, so you can see kind of how the format changes things. But yeah, I still do think best of 3 for the best competitive nature of this one, showing that Carahouse the better team after a while. Although I was really worried about them after the first map, because I'm like, what's going on with this team? They're better than this, and they finally did show it, and I hope they can show a bit more in this tournament.
Yeah, I think now it's going to be up to them to really prove something in this next match. It's a team they've beaten before. They know what they're up against. It's not like ranking is an unfamiliar opponent for them, and they know what it's like to take them down. So I would like to see Carahouse completely bounce back in this one and really show us a strong performance, because ranking kind of had a similar start. They just bounced back even quicker, I think. Their first two matches were actually pretty bad for ranking. They didn't look great. I didn't think they were going to do anything in this tournament, and then all of a sudden, they take it to a new level.
Yeah, it is very true. I mean, it's rough. I mean, that's why you get to play 3 best-of-3s, I guess, right? You start off a little slow. It feels like this kind of direction that they're going in is probably better for ranking. To start off a little bit slow, but then you kind of get some wind beneath your sails and you slowly take off. That's very nice. But yeah, Carahouse, I still feel like jury's out. It's really hard to say because, yeah, they did take out Kungara, but it was a 2-1, and they looked pretty weak in the first map. So especially if they go down to ranking, I feel like against Baisha, it's just going to be insane. And yeah, it's going to be interesting, though, when we do get into the round of 8, which will be starting off tomorrow. And we'll get to see who's going to make it onto the playoff stage of this tournament, which is essentially double elimination best-of-5s. We will play best-of-5 starting tomorrow, by the way, in the round of 8. And then we will get on to, whichever team does make it through that first best-of-5 goes into that double elimination bracket. So you're really going to have to be consistent. Whoever makes it through, if it is a ranking esports, you can't have what happened in the beginning of this tournament happen again. You got to be there again and again, and you do get that extra chance, but it's best-of-5s, and it's against the best teams in the tournament. So will be interesting to see if either of these teams from the wild card can make a splash once we do make it into playoffs.
I'm still kind of hoping actually that ranking will beat Carahouse, because I think ranking actually have a shot against X-Rock. Because I think Carahouse, no matter if they play against X-Rock or Baisha, they will lose against both teams. But I think actually ranking, they could even beat X-Rock. This would be interesting, right? If we see Pacific Market in the semifinal maybe, and then also ranking like 2 basically new teams. And yeah, this is what I'm hoping for. But yeah, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I feel like Pacific I'm excited to see in the quarterfinal match as well. I feel like them against Vincent's probably going to be one of the best-of-5s we could ask for in that round. It is unfortunate only one of them will make it to the double elimination stage, but I feel like that on paper should be the most interesting quarterfinal on our hands.
Yeah, it absolutely should. Definitely a lot of interesting ones on the way. Again, we're just waiting here for the interview that is about to take place with one of the members of Carahouse.2L after their victory, just to get a sense of how they're feeling about that match and if they're confident going into their opponents, because, it always was Carahouse.2L on top, but you can't really say the same about it so far in this tournament. So where their confidence level is at going into ranking esports that do look like a very strong team. And I'm getting the word now that the interview is, in fact, ready on the stage. So we're going to throw it over to Matt Andrews and talk with one of the members on that stage.
It's Dola who's the MVP. It's Carahouse who are the winner of that match, and that secures them into our top 8 team. So commiserations to Kungara for losing those battles. Dola, congratulations. We will see Carahouse in the top 8. Are you relieved to have made it out of the wildcard day?
Chúc mừng em, đội em vừa rồi đã thắng trong trận vừa rồi, thì hiện giờ đội em đã vào top 8 thì em có cảm thấy nhẹ nhõm hơn không?
Theo em thấy thì nó vẫn chưa phải là nhẹ nhõm hơn, khi mà trận đấu sắp tới của em thì nó khá là căng thẳng.
我现在还感
No,
不是很轻松。
it's not that relaxed and not that relieved, because for the next match, this is a very fierce competition.
Yes, it is. We'll get to that. Compound. Seemed like Carahouse were always behind on the first map and trying to catch up. Why was that?
Trong cái map đầu tiên chạm vệ tinh thì tỷ số bên em luôn bị dẫn trước rất nhiều. Sau đó bên mình thì đã cố gắng để kéo gần tỷ số. Tại sao lại như vậy?
thì tất cả mọi người trong đội đều cố gắng bảo nhau là anh thôi anh em cố gắng map này thì để mình cố gắng sang map 2 thì nó sẽ tốt hơn.
我们队的所有队员
So
都在
all
安慰
the
自己，
players
就是在
comfort
这
each other
个地图上
because
努力
in this map
赢得比
we
赛，
want
然
to
后
win
在
this game.
下一个
So we
地图
encourage
就
each other.
会
So
更容易
for
一
the
点。
next map, it's much more easier for us.
It was easier for you. Mexico and Port, both much stronger maps for Carahouse.2L. Was there anything else that you changed?
Trong map hai map tiếp theo là Mexico và Bến Cảng thì bên mình đã đánh rất là dễ dàng và giành được chiến thắng. Thì có phải là bên mình đã điều chỉnh chiến thuật không?
Lúc bọn em thua map 1 thì bọn em có ra nói với nhau là thôi anh em cố gắng map 2 map 3 thì mình làm lại được, thì mọi người cũng động viên nhau để cố gắng map 2 map 3 mình sẽ làm tốt hơn.
我们队在输了第一个
So
地图以后
after losing the first map,
然后就以安慰就
so
互相安
we
慰，
comfort each other.
在下一场下一个地图
So
会
for
做
the
得更
next
好
map, we hope
会
we can
一
do
定可以
better.
取得胜利的
Then we believe that we can win the victory.
Okay, belief goes a long way. You will play Ranking Esports next. What will the score be?
Trận tiếp theo của bên mình là sẽ đánh với đội Ranking Esports và em có thể dự đoán cái tỷ số giữa trong trận này được không?
Theo em thì trận đấu sắp tới bọn em bắn với Ranking Esports thì nó sẽ rất là căng thẳng và cân kèo.
对我来说，下一场就是
So
非
for
常
me,
激
the
烈。
next match
两
is
队会
very
打得非
fierce.
常焦灼。
The two team will play very hard.
But what will the score be?
Em có thể dự đoán tỷ số được không?
Tỷ số sẽ là 2-0 nhưng mà không biết về ai.
比分是0-2，但是0
I
是
think
谁，2
it's
是谁，我
0
还
to
不知道
2, but we do not know who is 2 and who is 0.
Your teammates enjoyed that as well. 2-0, but we don't know which way. What a good answer. Thank you, Dola. We will find out soon. Don't go anywhere. The last match of the wildcard day. Will it be a 2-0? Who gets the win? We'll find out all together next.
Hello and welcome back to the desk here at CFS 2023 Grand Finals. We are in the midst of the wildcard day, and already we know which two teams are going to be making it on to the next round. The real question is who has to play Baisha in the round of 8 and who has to play X-Rock in the round of 8. I'm Valdez, with me is ZZXQ, and now Elfish Guy joining us here for this one. Before we go any deeper into this one, I do want to go ahead and thank our sponsors, Open Mind Alienware. Alienware is supporting the CFS 2023 Grand Finals with all of their devices, the monitors, and all of those great accessories out there. Thank you so much, Alienware.
Yeah, we'll also give a big thanks to Morphling for their generous support as the official gaming chair in the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. And whether or not you're in the midst of an intense competition or enjoying a prolonged gaming session, Morphling has you covered. Morphling, reach your throne.
Yeah, excited to get into this next match, though. I feel like this is one where even though there's not super major stakes, there is still something pretty big on the line here. You don't want to play Baisha, but at the end of the day, I mean, even for ranking, it's, you know, do you want to play the enemy you know that's already taken you down 2-0, or maybe roll the dice on Baisha? You know, maybe they're a little bit overconfident. I personally would definitely favor X-Rock in this situation, but I am interested to see how they'll play against each other in this matchup as well, because I feel like this is where both teams can really show us what we haven't seen so far, because it's a match where they're going to be automatically, I think, a little bit more comfortable facing off.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm going to be a bit of a contrarian here, and I'm going to say I think the stakes are incredibly high for this matchup, right? Yeah, obviously they both do make it through to the next stage, but the circumstances are so different playing against Baisha or for X-Rock. I mean, Baisha, to me, it just seems like a death sentence. It seems like you're just going to get knocked out 3-0. I cannot fathom a world where Baisha does not make it through to playoffs. Like, how ridiculous that would be after what we've seen from them in the group stage. So I think taking first seed versus second seed out of the wildcard stage is going to be hugely important for obviously both of these two teams if they can make it happen, and especially for Ranking Esports, who were able to play so close against X-Rock already. To have another crack at that team, I think, is a massive reward if they do manage to take first seed out of the wildcard. So I think it's, yeah, massive opportunity. This one, best of 3, could potentially take you a lot further in the entire tournament, because again, the next stage of this is also single elim best of 5 against either Baisha or X-Rock, but X-Rock certainly feels a lot more beatable, and if you do get over the line against them, then it is into the top 4 for you.
Yeah, especially if, you know, Ranking Esports are able to come off a really big day today, even though they looked pretty weak against X-Rock and against, you know, the other team that they did fall to earlier on in the tournament. They've really bounced back in a big way, and I think that this could be a great way to finish off the day with a big win and potentially have a good chance up against X-Rock the second time around. As we already did take a look at Carahouse.2L. They did just play against Kungara and take the win 2-1. Only our third 2-1 so far in the tournament. Yeah,
I mean, Dola, I guess, is the talk of the town at the moment. Big step up from him individually. Felt like Dola's been a little bit missing, actually, for Carahouse in this event up until that game against Kungara, and obviously big asset. And wow, looking at the match record, how do you make a sense of that? At least looking at it on paper, it certainly seems like Carahouse is the favored team in this matchup, though I wonder what things are going to look like when we get into that prediction graphic. For me, I feel like actually Ranking have looked like the better team at this event so far, and certainly in terms of snipers, Ice Cube has had the better of it in comparison to Rambo. I mean, the thing about Carahouse is they do tend to throw that arm around a little bit more than Ranking obviously does, so it may not necessarily be quite so representative, the statistics that you're seeing there, but generally speaking, I feel like Ice Cube actually individually has been a massive standout, and here's where things are quite interesting. We see a massive discrepancy between our opinions on the English broadcast and the Chinese opinions, obviously, on their broadcast, and not something that has actually happened very often. Normally, we're quite unanimous, but I feel like we're kind of seeing the game in a bit of a different way to the way that they are, which is, something to break down, I suppose.
And there's only one based Chinese caster, Gua1K. That's it.
Based.
Everybody else,
what a Chad.
Not getting it.
I think he's right. I mean, hey, I'm on the same side of it. I feel like Ranking has shown a lot more in this event. You think back to the Baisha game where Carahouse just, like, had nothing to offer and just got steamrolled. And besides that, I mean, even in some of the matches where they were favored to win, they didn't do well, like Pacific.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it all does play out as we are getting ready now to introduce our teams once again. If you missed them earlier on today, let's go back to the stage right now.
An all-Vietnamese match to round off the wildcard day and really important seeding to fight over. They return to the stage after their big battle just now. It's Carahouse.2L. Dola, Rambo, Shady, Lucas, and JRK. Carahouse.2L. And they know this team well. From the CFBL, it's Ranking Esports. Ice Cube, Nevis, KT15, Fatcon, and Humio are Ranking Esports. Fighting for the wildcard places 1 and 2. Both these teams will be in our top 8, but who goes where? They'll compete to conquer.
Thank you, Matt Andrews, for that wonderful introduction to both of our Vietnamese teams here. This is going to be the one time they have played so far here in this tournament, but obviously, as we have seen from the last couple of years, they have played each other many, many times in the CFBL and all that fun stuff. It was funny to me that Ankara is 9-0 in favor of Cara House, and in general, a lot more favored to them on pretty much every map. But a unique kind of day where we meet here in the grand finals. Ranking Esports looks like the stronger team, just coming into this one and at the start of the day. And maybe the script gets flipped a little bit here.
Well, I guess that depends on who you ask, right? Because at least for us, we think they look like the favorite. The Chinese casters, again, on their predictions.
Gua 1K.
Almost unanimous for Cara House. And I actually wanted to touch on that a little bit more. I think maybe what's going on there is like we're looking at the more recent results. We're sort of taking into account the performances at this event with a little bit more emphasis. Whereas for the Chinese casters, they're looking at the more historic results, and then that's obviously playing into their decision a little bit more. I think that might be where you're sort of seeing that discrepancy, and I guess it is really just it depends on what your mentality is when you're making those predictions. Do you value the longer history, in which case you probably would predict Cara House? Do you value the current form? Well, in that case, I would make the argument that that is going the way of ranking, and I think we, at least here on the English desk, are valuing the current form. But that is not to say that Cara House can't win this matchup. Obviously, seen them step up a little bit there against Kungara. Seems like a positive sign. Dola back into the conversation after having missed out on things quite a bit at this event so far. So I also think sometimes it gets a little bit weird when you're talking about these regional matchups. It's different when you're watching a team that has never played against the team before, and you know you're looking at them on paper and thinking this team might be stronger, this team might be stronger, X or Y might happen. But when it comes down to these regional matchups, these teams have so much experience against one another, which you see on that graphic as well. And not even just that, but there's no doubt these teams would be scrimming each other in their domestic region as well. So it goes beyond just, well, what maps are good for these teams, how have they been performing in this event. It also comes down to mind games, tendencies, how comfortable and familiar are you with your opponent? Is there anything else that comes into play in a matchup like this? And it certainly feels like when you have two teams that have competed against each other for the better part of, you know, the 12 months that we've had this year, there certainly are a few more things to think about than what you would have in some of the other regular matches.
Yeah, I feel like when I look at this one, a lot of it's going to come down to what maps they're actually confident in playing on the side of ranking. You know, knowing you have a history of a map like Ankara where even if you're feeling like the better team, it's a 0-9 history. You still probably don't want to approach that unless you're really trying to throw a curveball into the mix here. So I think map selection is still really important in this one. I feel like it would be interesting to see a Mexico face-off considering they both looked pretty equal against Kungara in their matchups, doing a good job of exploiting them on that map. And it could go really either way, but there's some maps with how ranking's been playing, I would probably favor them on. The more long-range maps, maybe like a Black Widow, I think ranking could do very well on, or even a Compound in the series could be an interesting pick for them.
Yeah, it'll come down to how they're feeling, as you mentioned, in this tournament, as well as those historical datas that we did just take a look at there. But yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling the ranking esports overcoming the the history here a little bit, and I do think that in this best of three, it is a best of three, right? You can see that one of these teams is going to go pretty far ahead, I would say, in terms of starting off here, and then maybe you see a big comeback from the other side. But
sure,
it's really going to come down to how they're feeling on the day, who's feeling more confident today, and for me, that's ranking.
Well, one of the other things we should probably talk about as well is like momentum coming into this series, right? Because ranking, they had a fantastic start to this day with that win over Kungara, 2-0, 10-4, 10-3, super easy, super clean. Would have been feeling great after that one, but they've now had a break. They've had a time to reset, which after a big win like that might not actually be what you want. Carahouse coming in hot after their win have still got that momentum flowing. They're still feeling good. They haven't had to reset up on the stage, right? They just have to sit back down at the PC, 20, 30 minutes later and kind of kick it back into gear. So it might take ranking a little bit longer to get into this series if they start cold. I think that's definitely a discussion to be had, but going into the picks and bans here is where things do get pretty interesting. Black Widow picked from ranking earlier today, and for Carahouse, they went for Compound. And I think that could actually just be the map pool here again. Eagle Eye is going to be taken away by ranking to kick off things.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise just considering their history. These maps are going to be a lot of close quarters, I think, coming out here. Ranking, maybe a Mexico pick could be strong, or a Compound. I think that's where I would lean if I was them in this series to have a good chance. Subbase is also pretty strong for both of these teams, so I could see that coming out as well here. But for ranking, I'm really surprised they've left Ankara on the table, because that's got to be Carahouse's pick here.
They're going to pick it first.
YOLO.
They're like, you can't pick it if we pick it ahead of you. I don't really understand that.
I mean, they had a good game against, or a decent game against Vincent on it, and they had a pretty good game on it against X-Rock as well. So
recent results.
Again, it's like those recent, and look, end of the day, I mean, yeah, they also beat Anubis on it 10-5, right? So they've actually kind of been picking it for the most part in this event. And yes, the history certainly will show that Carahouse is more favorable on Ankara, but again, you lose to them 9 times in a row, you probably pick up a thing or two that you might have done wrong. So they've got a lot of data to take a look at, and as you predicted, Kyle, Mexico in the pool here for Carahouse. I actually think that's a pretty bold prediction considering how well ranking played that against Kungara earlier on.
I feel like for Carahouse, though, it is still one of their stronger maps. I feel like ranking, though, this is actually kind of a good power move to make. If you can go against a map you've historically lost every single time against Carahouse in map number 1 and then win that, it could kind of shatter their mental game.
Yeah, it definitely can. This is a very interesting map pool. Like the first couple of maps coming out here on Kara, 0-9, will we flip that script? Is the recent result of ranking against other teams going to be enough to overcome Carahouse on that map? And Mexico, I agree with you, Kyle. I think that Carahouse looked incredibly strong, especially on the GR side of that one. Not going to start on that side, obviously, as it is their map pick. Subbase and Port are banned away, which means we will get into Compound for the third and final map of this series. Who are we liking for this one after seeing these maps?
I'd say ranking for sure. I feel like these maps play into them pretty well. Also, when you look at the history of Carahouse in this event, the GR side is where they've thrived, and they don't get a start on that for any of these maps.
I mean, it is you know, like it's wild that you would say ranking because, again, Carahouse have won Ankara 9 times in a row. But then again, you kind of got to play that mind game same way as ranking are. And like if they're bold enough to choose Ankara into a team that they've lost it against 9 times, who are we to doubt them? You know, like that's basically just throwing your glove on the table. Actually, no, I'm going to retract that. It's picking your glove up off the table, slapping your opponent in the face with it and saying, come at me, bro. So, I don't know, Ankara, Mexico, I mean, I have no idea. I really have no idea. I feel like this one's such a hard one to call. Like I said, my personal feeling, obviously, with the prediction is ranking is the better team currently on the day at the moment. But that could very much change over the course of this series. And the map pool, I kind of feel like you can make a really good argument either way, right? If you're a ranking supporter, you can say, yep, they've figured out, you know, maybe what they did wrong on Ankara. They know that Carahouse is good on this map, but they've also been picking it all tournament long. They've also played really well on Mexico. They beat Kungara there, and Compound's definitely in the wheelhouse for ranking too. But then again, on the behalf of Carahouse, well, 9-0 on Ankara, there's definitely that. They also beat Kungara earlier today on Mexico, and so, I mean, Compound, again, same thing. They play a lot of Compound Carahouse, so it's definitely a map pool that feels like you can really just make an argument one way or the other, depending on who you're supporting, depending on who you prefer. As we've said, my preference, ranking, but Carahouse, they did look better in that last game, and if Dollar can show up again and print some dollar bills, then I don't know.
Yeah, that's a great point you make, especially there at the end, the dollar bills. I really like that. I think
he was fun.
That's very poignant. I do think also on this desk, we are biased towards the ranking esports side, and that's fine. I do think that, though, I think we're going 3 maps in this one.
You know,
I think the teams are going to win their map picks. I think Ankara has been really good for ranking esports. They're going to come out strong. And it might get close because this is a map that I would expect Carahouse to also have a lot of confidence on, but I think ranking will be better this time. And then I think Carahouse will eventually pull through on Mexico.
You know what's funny about you saying that, though, is that like I actually come into this tournament with bias for Carahouse, and over the 3 matches of both teams that we've watched thus far, or now 4, I've actually been more convinced by ranking. So it's kind of like, you know, yeah, there is that bias coming in now for ranking, but actually it has been swayed by what we've seen at this event.
For sure.
Yeah, I'd agree. I feel like Carahouse has looked really underwhelming, even against Kungara. Yeah, they still win those 2 maps somewhat convincingly, but I feel like the first map was just really sloppy from them.
Yeah, and the third map was 5v1s.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing against the other guys, but, you know, Famous was putting up some incredible numbers by himself. Like sometimes you got that one guy. But yeah, Carahouse coming together as a team, getting the job done. And so now we move on to Ankara. So picked up here by the side of ranking esports, and Carahouse select Blacklist for the first half. So let's see how that does work for them. If they can get a decent start there, they've been so good on Global Risk, and maybe they just pull it through on Ankara anyway. Both sides getting fired up as we do move into this incredibly important wildcard matchup.
It's a good way to put it. Incredibly important, I agree. It's Baisha or Xrock, and Baisha just feels impossible to beat at this point. Xrock have maybe not looked quite so indomitable, so it is still a rock and a hard place, but I guess you'd prefer one over the other. At least that's what I thought.
In a hard place?
Yeah, I really could have gone for that one, couldn't
I?
Either way, let's see what Carahouse can do here. They'll be kicking things off on the attack on the Blacklist side. And ranking, I have my eyes peeled to see where Ice Cube is setting himself up. And right now he is just watching mid from the tower.
Yeah, Carahouse playing pretty spread out so far. Really hoping for one of these opening picks to be found. There is some trade potential towards the A-bomb site, but for the most part, it's a pretty individualized approach that they're looking for.
Again, double Orm setup, though, from Carahouse on the attack, and is something that we have seen from them a little bit in the past. Rambo and Shady do tend to share the sniping duties in this Carahouse roster. It doesn't really feel like they have one dedicated sniper. And obviously what that indicates to you, if you're going to run double sniper setup, you want to play a little bit slower in that Blacklist round. Like, you don't want to be going for any rushes. You want to be trying to find picks. You want to be slowly working the angles exactly as Rambo is doing and kind of clearing things out one by one. But if you don't inevitably find one of those opening picks, it can make it a little bit harder to entry into the site because you just don't get quite as much versatility out of that weapon as you do a rifle.
Yeah, at the same time, we are going to see Shady getting off the now. Definitely smart not to have two when you go for that full push, especially if you're going towards this B side of the map. You've got to be ready to hit those trade shots. Rambo still holding it in mid. The rest of Carahouse here trying to work their way in slowly towards this B bomb side. I like the lurk as well, still sitting on this A bomb side. It's actually going to be a full fake here as well. Shady going A with the bomb here, and these two players towards B are actually trying to draw off the full rotation, and it could work here. You can see Humio thinking about rotating off, and now here comes the play onto the A bomb site. There's actually nobody to defend A, and even though these players go down on the B bomb site, Carahouse have a free A bomb site.
These are the mind games. We're already seeing it from round one. These two teams know each other so well that I'm sure Carahouse are like, okay, this has worked before, or maybe they'll just never expect this because we haven't done this against them before. As now trying to set up a defense here against this retake. Very nicely done so far as one by one the dominoes fall on the side of Ranking Esports. As JRK picks up, I believe, a 3K as well on the defense. Very nice strategy and completion there for the first round.
Was indeed a 3K. I think part of the issue actually there for Ranking is that the bomb went down so fast, and even though they rotated across pretty quickly, like, they really didn't have a lot of time to go for a two-pronged retake. They were all filtering through from the same angle. They're all pushing in through a smoke. There was no real nuance to it for Ranking. They didn't have a lot of util to get them back into that side either, and they just get farmed on the way in, pushing through the smoke, which is obviously very likely to go wrong. So Carahouse will be happy to kick things off. You heard them making a lot of noise. Smokes down here on main from Carahouse, but again, another opener from Lucas. And you're starting to wonder, is Ranking maybe a bit out of their depths on this map? Humio is going to push to try to equalize the numbers, though he's not quite able to finish off JRK, who's more than happy to sit around the corner and preserve his life.
Yeah, I like what Carahouse is doing as well. You can hear it from them on the stage, just kind of trying to intimidate Ranking and make them think this is an unwinnable game for themselves. And it's a solid approach. It might just work here. Humio, you can tell he's a little bit shaky on the aim so far on this map. Hasn't really had a chance to shine. He's playing a little bit more reserved than he usually would as well. Normally going in, swinging early, trying to find these picks on the GR side, but they're almost giving Carahouse a little bit too much respect, I think.
Yeah, well, is there an element of the fact that Ranking are not warmed up? They have had time off the stage, whereas Carahouse did play in that previous match, so they'll still be feeling a little bit more comfortable in their positions. Might take Ranking, you know, a good 4 or 5 rounds actually to get into this game, which at a certain point could feel a little bit too late.
Yeah, especially if they start to build up this momentum. Playing 3 maps back-to-back, quick break, coming back about 20 minutes later. Feels pretty good for Carahouse.2L at this point in time. Ranking, as you mentioned, Kyle, maybe just a little bit too much respect, very passive, as now we do have at least one guy pushing up through mid, but Ice Cube, ooh, should have seen that barrel, I would imagine. Yeah, that's gonna okay.
Bit uncharacteristic.
Yeah, he doesn't miss those generally.
No, that's exactly what I'm talking about. How warmed up are these Ranking members? KT15, he's going to be able to strike onto Rambo, but stuck behind a smoke, and the plan has gone down, so time working against Ranking. Not only that, but also the numbers. Humio wants to try to get involved here, but so far it is just KT15, and oh dear, a 2-on-5, is that possible for Ranking? Maybe it's a little bit out of their realms of possibility. And again, the noise being made on the Carahouse side of the stage.
Yeah, it's a tough start, but it definitely feels like Ranking has a mental block against this team so far. They've got to get around that, because that shot underpass, Ice Cube, he never misses that. Never.
No.
And then all of a sudden, it's like a different player here in this situation. This time, though, he will hit the opener onto JRK. Lucas quickly there for the trade, but you can tell Ranking, they want to get aggressive this time. All 4 players pushing out of this A-bomb site. They're trying to go for the info play. Carahouse just waiting to see if they're going to take the bait here. KT15 wants to, but it's Rambo. He's set up. They're waiting for this. They know exactly what Ranking wants to do here.
Yeah, it's the mind games. Carahouse has played against Ranking a lot of times on this map. They're going to be aware of their tendencies. They're going to be aware of their adaptations. When they are ahead, Carahouse is thinking, well, what is Ranking likely to do in this scenario? And they anticipate that aggression. Didn't anticipate Nevis sitting around the corner there, and they maybe don't anticipate him finding a 1v4, but that's definitely feeling on the cards at the moment. He has hit a couple of beautiful shots there initially. And now it's down to Dola and Shady, though Nevis has gone in the wrong direction to stop this plant going down.
Yeah. Could always wait on a site and see what's, you know, if they do come to B, maybe you can get a pick off, delay the plants, but if they do plant A, you're in a 1v2 anyway. And now he's actually over by B and also able to look over by A to see if a plant is coming down. Very central position, spots Dola. Not quite able to take his head off there. He does do a little bit of damage. But yeah, gets the information early and is able to rotate on time.
It's not an impossible retake, but isolating duels is going to be pretty difficult coming through from A main, though Shady now has been spotted. But the fact that he falls off the line there is a good thing. Gives Dola the chance to swing, though, but the 1v1 given over, and Nevis, oh, he spots out Shady. It's so doable. Time a factor. Shady will win it. That was scary for a moment. 1v4 was definitely on the cards, and honestly, it kind of feels like Ranking needs something like that to get them back into this game.
So unfortunate, though, Nevis.
What a shot.
It looked like he was going to have it after that last shot onto Dola, but it's just not enough. And Ranking continue to struggle here so far on this pick, but this is what they wanted. They wanted a chance to take it to them on Ankara, but they're kind of getting what they asked for, it feels like here.
Yeah, I mean, not sure really what they expected, although, you know, Ranking Esports also starting off very slow, and then they try to challenge out outside of A, and they just kind of get rolled over by Rambo and Lucas. The two of them absolutely have been putting up some numbers. Funnily enough, Carahouse 3-0, Dola 0-3. Not sure how you manage that, but, you know, not everybody has a perfect day every day. Dola was fantastic in the last series. Hopefully he can turn that one around, and Lucas has really stepped up. And they're certainly doing better than Ranking Esports at this point. So
yeah, I guess Lucas was the one that we were sort of talking about for Carahouse prior to today. So I guess that's how you do it. 6-2 for Lucas. He's been leading from the front. Shady's been having good impact with the Orm as well. And look, end of the day, I do just feel like Ranking is a bit cold at the moment. This is not the same Ranking we saw earlier today against Kungara. It's not the same Ranking we saw a couple of days ago get their first win in this event. And I'm going to be so disappointed if this ends up being an easy victory for Carahouse because Ranking doesn't play well. Because I really feel like the storyline has been shaping up so nicely. It's been like a fairy tale for Ranking. They started so badly, and they've looked better and better as the event's gone on. And to kind of falter here would be really unfortunate, because I think it would be the end of their tournament, forcing them into a game against Baisha. But first time in the map that we've actually seen the opening pick go the way of Ranking. Ice Cube able to connect with a shot. Does force a 4v5, and this one now really is must win for Ranking. Otherwise, their momentum just goes down the toilet.
Yeah, Ranking here. They've got to hold on to this A-bomb site. Only 20 seconds. Carahouse really running down the clock here. It's already Lucas to find one, and now they just can't hold on. It's going to be FotCon stuck here on the fence line. Doesn't matter. Can't take the fight and win it. And look at this. They're not ready for the flank at all. Lucas gets the back stab. Ice Cube left alone, 1 versus 3. They already know he's going to be coming from this GR spawn. Lucas spots him on the shoulder peak. Ice Cube, he's going to have to connect. Doesn't matter. Lucas continues to hit the shots.
I'm so sad. I am really sad. Like,
it's okay, they have a pause.
I know, like, I mean, at the end of the day, like, it doesn't really matter to me which team actually wins this. Like, I have no dog in the fight, or no horse in the race, so to speak. But I just feel like ranking can do so much better, and we're seeing day 1 and day 2 ranking here. We're not seeing day 3 and day 5 ranking.
Yeah, it also looks like Carahouse are really on point. I mean, outside of Dola, obviously, but everybody else on the team is getting just really crisp entries. Lucas especially. On Kara, at the end of the day, even 4v5, you could see that if the enemy is not in a good position and you get a good entry onto A, you know, a couple flashes over the top, a guy walks up the stairs, just takes the one guy who's playing top A, and then all of a sudden, you know, Lucas right through mid, very nice execution, almost N9-esque what he was doing on port to Carahouse with the timings there. So yeah, I think that Carahouse are playing it really well. They're really warmed up, you know, in terms of talking about that specifically. This is the timing from Lucas here.
Yeah, Ice Cubes felt like mostly a non-factor. Humio hasn't really got going. It's not as if anyone's really not doing anything, you know, like everyone's getting 50 ADR, they're getting a kill here and there, but you don't have a standout. You don't have your star players popping off, which is what ranking really do rely on in a lot of cases. And you definitely look to probably Ice Cube 1, Humio 2, Nevis 3. None of them are having the great performance. They're all having a middling performance, and that's fine if someone else is having a great performance. But if everyone's just going to be average, then you're going to get an average result. And that's what we're seeing right here. 4-0 for Carahouse. And ranking must be wondering, why on earth did we pick Ankara?
Yeah, it's not seeming like a great pick so far. There is still time to recover, though. Only down 4-0. We've seen already in the day, we can have 5-round streaks back and forth pretty easily in the wild card, but for ranking, it's going to be another tough round that they're up against. 3 players on the A-bomb side, and 3 really moving into them here for Carahouse. It is going to be the bomb carrier. Playing pretty safe, though. JRK trying to poke around towards the vents. Lucas working his way into A connector. And again, they kind of just spread out here. And for Carahouse, normally I would say this is a bad idea, but it seems to be working quite well against ranking so far, just not winning those aim duels. Specifically Lucas, though, here, 9-2 so far in this matchup, over 2 kills per round, really making it difficult to get anything going for ranking.
3 players stacked over toward the A site this time for Carahouse. Part of the problem has been that almost every time ranking have hit the A site, there's only been 2 players there, and the first frag has always gone the way of ranking. So it pretty much ended up being like a 1-person site hold. And it's not the kind of site that you can hold as a solo member, because there's multiple entry points.
Here comes Carahouse right down the middle, trying to mix it up a little bit.
Good call.
Might as well, I guess, although Ice Cube is looking, he's not going to hit the shot. And now the swarm is coming in. Falcon has a very nice timing. Ice Cube at least trades one. Falcon trying to get the jump on him. Will anyone look at the window? Yes, they will, of course. Lucas will not mess it up again. Well, I say again, he hasn't messed it up yet. He is just going to be so clean. JRK on the entry onto B as well. And this will be all Carahouse to make it onto the site. 3v2 as well. So unless Nevis gets a big string of headshots once again, this is not going to look well, as Rambo just going to take him out.
Well, I was going to say, this is where Humio normally does his best work, right? 1v3, 2v3, but Rambo shuts him down. And again, so much noise from Carahouse. They surely have to be getting in the heads of ranking right now. This is just a drought. And believe me, I'm from Australia. I've lived through a drought. It's not fun. Let's have 4-minute showers. They gave everyone an egg timer. You stick it in the shower on the wall.
Wow.
Not fun. 4 minutes.
Sorry about that.
You barely even get wet. And, geez, I mean, ranking are experiencing it right now. Like, they just cannot find a round, can they?
It's kind of ridiculous how far away this has fallen already from ranking. On the precipice of a 6-0
This
in
doesn't work.
one. KT15 though, hey, there's one, almost two. The trade's there. Fotcon makes it at least somewhat valuable. Doesn't matter. Lucas right there for the double himself. And he's got the C4 pickup. Now they can go back towards A. 3-on-2. And again, Ranking, they're just not winning the fights when they need to.
Yeah. Look, I understand why Ranking has to go for that. They're down on numbers. They have to try to do something to equalize things. They feel like they're losing control of this. It's just slipping away from them so fast. They want to have some proactivity. But at the end of the day, you need to be doing a little bit more early in the round.
Yeah, it's just really rough when Rambo now is on point. It's almost like Carahouse, they're like, all right, we're facing a Vietnamese team. We really got to crush them. And finally we see the Carahouse.2L that we expected to see all tournament. And they're just not missing a beat. Lucas is so clean. Rambo is hitting his shots. I mean, come on, like, how are you going to beat a team that's this hot right now? And it's not just like a famous scenario. It's a Lucas and Rambo and Shady and even JRK scenario.
They just need to cool them down. They need a bit of Ice Cube, right? Like, it's Ice Cube just completely missing, Humio completely missing. But when they're too hot, I don't know. Ice Cube feels like he's a little bit too cold. And I know I'm going a bit too deep on these analogies, but so many absolute sitters that Ice Cube 100% of the time in all these previous matches would be hitting. Even in the games that they're losing, he's hitting those shots. But he is just not in this game against Carahouse. Humio as well. He's like 1-5, 1-6 at this point. So if you can't rely on those two, Nevis is not really having his impact either. Where do the frags come from? KT15 and Fotcon feel like they're, you know, more of the supportive elements in this team anyway, but KT15 is debatably at this point maybe the one that's like looking the best of the ranking riflers.
Yeah,
and sure, it's a blacklist-sided map, but not to this extent. And there you go. Again, Humio is just going to be taken down. But why is he going for that peak solo? Like, there's no control anywhere else in the map. Ice Cube's going to try to get aggressive. I like this in mid. There's 3 players there. Carahouse surely can't trade it down. Dola will fall. Numbers are still favoring Carahouse. It's just unbelievable. Every single fight is going their way. Even when it looks like ranking should have the advantage, it slips away from them. Man, Carahouse is not putting a foot wrong, are they?
Another one down here. I mean, Carahouse just looking good across the board. Ranking clearly just having a mental block in this match, not able to do anything, whether it's aggressive or passive. They just can't find the answer. Humio 1-7. Ice Cube at least up to 5 now, but Lucas on 13-3, and Rambo having one of the better games we've seen out of him so far in this event as well. Just makes it so difficult to believe there's a way out on this one when you already know historically you haven't found it either on this map in the past. So I feel like this one's already over at this point. Maybe they've got something in the next 2 maps of this series, but ranking, there's just no trades working out for them. They go for these peaks at the start of the round, and they still are just met with disaster after disaster. You can see KT15 trying to sneak in here, but finally gets something to work out. Takes down Dola, can fall off, and now they finally have a good situation. But Lucas, yeah, he's already on the backstab here, gets the shots onto Fotcon. JRK takes down Humio, and how do you let this happen? Time and time again, ranking, they are just not paying attention to what they need to here.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you only have so many members, right? If you're going to send 3 out of office to push spawn, and you put 2 guys on the one site, you're not going to have any guys on mid. And Lucas, again, his rotations, his timings have been incredibly crisp, and he is going to set up this win in this round, you would have to imagine. I don't even – I'm already calling it a win. It's not over yet, but Shady now is hitting all the shots, too. That's 3 in a row in the same vent.
Who are these guys?
It's 8-0. It's 8-0.
I don't know what to say. I mean, look, yesterday night we had Baisha vs Carahouse, 10-1, 10-1. We were thinking, are we going to get our first 10-0? Well, we didn't get it there. I'm going to bring it up again. Is this a 10-0 angle?
Yes.
This is not the game I would have thought we would have got it in. I thought this was actually going to be a highly competitive fight, and it has been anything but. best case scenario now for ranking is an 8-1 half, and even though they get the opening pick, I have zero faith that they're going to be able to win this round. It just seems like Carahouse can't put a foot wrong.
Yeah, I feel like this one is certainly over here. 10-0 would not surprise me. Fotcon caught. Doesn't even know Lucas is going to be there, even though they have no reason to believe mid should be open because they've already had a player die in mid, and it's just these small errors that are just stacking up completely against them, and now they've got to find a way out in a numbers down situation. They still have some things they can do here. They're just going to go for the wide swing onto mid. Lucas spots them both with JRK, and they are tapped out of existence. Hugh left alone, 1 versus 4. He needs something big here to make it happen, but at 2 and 8, I don't think he's got it in him right now.
We need a huge miracle.
That was his second kill. And he was like the main rifler of the squad. They've just totally fallen apart. He's trying to check every single angle, but he does not check the one right direction. It is 9-0.
Have we had a 9-0 half so far?
No.
All right.
It always ended at 8-1 and then 10-1.
This is it. This is the 10-0. It's the angle.
You know, it's either going to be one of those like, okay, Baisha or All Gamers beating up on like a lower ranked team, or it's just this where it's like, you know, two teams that know each other so well, and one of them just gets so far ahead of the other that it's just a huge mental block. It's so obvious at this point.
Kind of would be a little bit poetic though if Carahouse get 10-0 on Ankara to bring up the 10-0s on Ankara, because they've beaten ranking 9 times.
Oh no!
And I think it might be happening 9 times to 0, and they're going to 10-0 them for the 10-0. I just don't believe it. Ranking, you have to have a good hard look at yourself after this one and think, why did we pick Ankara? That could have possibly not gone any worse. And Nevis is now here in the 1v4. Carahouse have just, I mean, they've put them in the bag, they've thrown them in the bin, and they've taken them out onto the curb for collection, because this has just not even been close at all. Nevis, he'll get one onto Shady. Can he be the hero? Absolutely not. 10-0, the first one of the Crossfire Stars 2023 Grand Finals will go the way of Carahouse.
All right, we are back here on the desk with the ranking esports predictors, and we are looking quite silly after they get 0-10'd by Carahouse.2L. And yeah, not much else to say. That was just an absolute blowout. There was one team that was playing really well. The other kind of just fell apart. Carahouse, they have mental supremacy over this team. I mean, it started off pretty one-sided, and it only got worse as ranking esports could not find a way to stop the tide.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to believe ranking could pull this off. It seemed like even with the Ankara pick, maybe they had something ready for this one to go, something different, and they had been playing really well leading up to this point, so everything was pointing in the right direction for this team, and then everything is now just slipping away from them. And it seems unlikely they even get a map now.
Yeah, certainly. Just have a look at the stats here and read and weep if you're a ranking supporter, which is exactly what we are. You're going to hear a lot of sad noises on this broadcast because that was just domination. I mean, choose anyone you want, really, on the side of Carahouse. MVP's going to go the way of Lucas. I have to say, I think ranking have been mind-controlled at this point. Like, how on earth has that happened? They've picked Ankara in the map that they've lost now 10 times in a row against Carahouse, and that was their first pick in this series. We tried to justify it in in the picks and bans, and I felt like you could make maybe an argument for it, but after seeing the result, there is absolutely no argument for that pick. You have to just wonder what the hell was Ranking thinking.
Yeah, well, 10-0 is the scoreline in many different ways. To start us off, that is 1-0 now in favor of Carahouse. We're going to take a break and come back for the second map of the match, which will be Mexico. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to the desk. We're here in the midst of a Vietnamese battle, which wasn't much of a competition. Actually, it was just mostly conquering from the side of Carahouse.2L over Ranking Esports. 10-0, our first of this tournament. First I've seen in a long time of casting Crossfire, but it did happen here. And yeah, the mental block just seemed really huge. And we're going into Mexico, which Carahouse already looked great on. And I'm just expecting a quick 2-0 from here. I don't know how you can bounce back from that.
What is there to say? Like, you go outside as ranking, you think, well guys, what could we have done better on that map? And then someone just says, everything.
They took a timeout as well.
Literally
Remember
nothing
that?
worked. I mean, the strats didn't work. The individuals weren't firing. The shots weren't hitting. The picks weren't, they weren't converted. Ice Cube wasn't even finding anything with the Orm. It just felt like there was nothing at all. Like they weren't able to clutch. I mean, you get 10-0, something obviously goes horribly, horribly wrong. Even more so if it's on your map pick. I mean, look, I guess the silver lining is that Mexico is definitely not a bad map for ranking. It's something that they can go into with a degree of comfort, but how can you realistically make an argument that they're going to be able to win this map after having seen them get 10-0'd?
I don't think you can. I feel like it's definitely in favor of Carahouse at this point by a pretty significant margin. I mean, just the mental block they already had, combining that with a 10-0 on top of it, makes it seem unlikely there's going to be a way out of this for ranking. As much as I believed in them coming into this match, it's just there's something about this Carahouse team they are not mentally prepared for.
Yeah, this happens sometimes, across many esports, but also in CFS, where it's like, okay, well, we haven't had to deal with these guys in a long time. We were having fun playing against other regions, and now we have to face our nemesis. And they just couldn't step up to the plate, got in their head. A lot of shouting across the stage, or just shouting in general, not even like, what Real was doing.
Do you guys think they've been louder, Carahouse, in this matchup? Do you think they've been louder?
Than who?
Than themselves in previous matchups?
Oh, yeah.
It's like a thing they've tried to get in their minds. I think they have, yeah.
Definitely. And it's working. Don't change anything. Your Carahouse, they do have to play Blacklist side of Mexico. I don't know if it matters, though, to be honest.
Well,
at
right
this
now,
point.
yeah.
It's like, when we watch Baisha against anybody, and we're like, okay, well, they just won 10-0, and now they're like, have to go to a slightly unfavored side. It's like, it doesn't matter because it's Baisha. They have to play, Blacklist port. Doesn't matter. Like, they're just going to 8-1 you, as happened yesterday. So it's kind of my mindset at this point. Doesn't matter what map or what side or where in the universe you are. Carahouse is probably going to dominate ranking esports, but I hope that's not the case. I really do want to see more competition.
I feel like, at least on the GR side first, I wouldn't give them a 0% chance like I might have if they were on the Blacklist side first, because the Blacklist side, you're kind of just running into a brick wall over and over again and trying to fight your way through, versus GR, they at least have a chance, I think, to get comfortable on this half and maybe use that confidence to get back into this game. If it was BL for them first, I would have said this is already over.
Yeah, I would have to agree, as the yelling begins once again early, although I feel like both of these Vietnamese teams were doing it at least at the beginning. But as Elfish Guy did mention, seems like it's part of the strategy.
Yeah, has to be at this point. Getting in the heads of ranking esports, show them who's boss. But the series is not over. And if ranking was somehow to get a win out of this series now, then what a storyline that would be. So let's not count them out. It is time for Mexico. Map number 2, the choice of Carahouse after they have just won on Ankara. 10-0, the most dominant map in the event so far. Surely got to be in the back of the minds of ranking, but you'd hope to forget about it and focus on the next two.
Already ranking. They're going to do something on the GR I did not expect. Full aggression into water. 3 kills going their way, and this is the ranking we wanted to see. Not letting them get into their head and already putting that pressure onto them. Ice Cube gets the kill as well. Rambo left alone in the alleyway 20 seconds in. This is a completely new ranking.
Yeah, it's really important that they actually got that round on the board really quickly, right? It's the perfect mental reset, right? You come out of the 10-0, you think, that just wasn't our map. You have your 5-minute break. You go into the next map, and it's like, okay, new map, new me. We're going to turn over a new leaf. First round starts with, in theory, what should be a decisive victory. And all of a sudden, you're feeling much more mentally refreshed and feeling like, yep, this is actually possible to come back from. So I like the decision. I really respect the call from ranking, and I appreciate that they were able to get a very favorable trade down there in the sewer. But still, look, Rambo's not dead yet. The round's not over. though you have to imagine this one's going to be a little bit too much for him, and that'll be the perfect start to the map for ranking.
It's looking like it. You'd see Shady, his reaction time pretty slow because he just wasn't expecting 3 people to be down there that quickly. As okay, a little miss from Ice Cube, but that's fine. Pretty low on health here is Rambo. So at the end of the day, looks like maybe it's just going to send it through water, see what happens. Maybe that's going to be the least protected area, and to start off, it will be. If he goes to B, I mean, I've seen crazier things happen, especially because they're just holding on to the sites. Rambo holding on to Small Hope, low timer in this one. He's going to go all the way around onto B.
I mean, look, if he wins this duel, it's definitely actually winnable. Is he going to get the timing onto Hugh? He will. Oh, okay. Now the round actually becomes winnable. He gets a post plant, 1-on-2. He doesn't have a lot of HP, but, you know, anything is possible. AK in hand, reload time, awkward.
No.
Fuckcons are already crossed into the site. Ice Cube cleaned up. No way! Whoa, man. If he would have won that, well, I mean, the script would have been flipped. Even the fact that he gets it that close actually kind of, it does mitigate some of the momentum that ranking at least got back at the start of the round. So, I mean, it feels so long ago that happened. And it was. He really waited the timer down. He got it back down to the 1v1. One more bullet would have done it. Man, what a nail in the coffin that would have been. In Carahouse, they're going to have to deal with the same push again from ranking. This time they're way more prepared. KT15 will be lucky to get out of here alive. He gets one more before he drops, but that's blown up in the face of ranking in a big way.
It's a bit bizarre, though. Those are one of those pushes you really don't do that twice. It's easier to read.
Yeah.
You could tell Carahouse was set up for it, very prepared to answer and respond. So I really don't like that play call doing that back-to-back. Now they've got to go into this 3-on-2 situation. Ice Cube's already taken down to 14 health. Fotcon re-engages, though, out of the water. 2 HP, takes the kill onto Shady, but look at the remaining health. This is not looking good for ranking.
2 HP in a dream. He's got the drop here, but pistol's good enough. Good call from JRK. Just to clean that one up. Comes back for the C4. He's going to join Rambo, who's right in the middle. Back here, and that's going to do it. Rambo, nicely done to clean that one up as the shouting returns.
I would love to know what they're yelling.
Probably just nice.
I can't even understand.
Let's go.
Obviously, we're too far away, and we've got the
Also
headsets
banana.
on. Can't really understand what they're even saying. Even if it was in Vietnamese, and I could understand Vietnamese, I don't think I could, you know, hear it properly. But I mean, yeah, I would love to know, because it could be like, you guys suck. Like, you're bad.
They all just yell that at the same time.
Yeah, I reckon that sounds fun.
I feel like in this round, ranking definitely need a good change of pace. You can still see 3 players giving their attention towards this water position. So maybe regionally, this is something they kind of go to for Carahouse, putting that water pressure on, because ranking seem, compared to normal, overly concerned with this position.
For sure. Also a bit of mid-control for ranking this time. Nate's going to land on Rambo's head, which will soften him up a bit. Ooh.
Oh.
Just around the corner, Lucas holding a nade in hand. Timing doesn't look like it's going to hurt him too much, though. Fotcon round the corner, and Evis there as well for a double, but the trades are in. Shady 2, Rambo 1, plus Shady on the assist. And again, you have ranking with an extra man to play with in this round.
You can tell that this is more standard for this region. Like, it's happening so much more with, like, these crazy pushes and the peaks. At least it's happening as a team, and it's not just, like, Ice Cube randomly looking and Humio randomly getting picked off. But, yeah, it feels like both sides are expecting it, and also ranking are doing it more. And it's almost like both teams are just expecting it to happen as, yeah, I mean, you don't have to do that, but down a member, trying to get it done. Speaking of which, peeking just by himself through the 8 doors. Ice Cube is playing this position many, many times so far. Well, 3 rounds, I suppose. There's only been 3 rounds. Nice flash. Ice Cube's still alive, though. looking to take the 1v1 again, and there it is. That's the bomb. Down 20 seconds. And all he's got to do is survive. He doesn't even need to peek this one.
Yep.
And I think he has realized that now.
Yeah, this is the perfect angle to play from. You can just set up on the line with the Orm. Wait for Rambo to cross. Oh, and beautiful from Ice Cube. That's a bit more like it from Ranking. And you would be having words with JRK because he got the info and then he re-peeked, gave up the 1v1 in the 1-on-3. And that was the catalyst for it for Ice Cube. Sure, we'll see it on the replay here. Or maybe not, but look, either way, fantastic 1v3 from Ice Cube, but it does come down to mistakes from Carahouse, and you can't be making those kinds of mistakes. You just 10-0'd this team. Don't let them get back into the game. And yet, maybe it's already too late for that. Feels like Ice Cube is starting to come online a little bit. Sure, Hugh Muir is still having a slow day, but give him enough time, and he's going to find a way to make some impact happen. Maybe it's not in Mexico, but if we get to Compound, surely Humio is not going to have 3 slow maps. So for Carahouse, if you've got the boot on the neck, continue to sink it in. Don't let them up for air.
Yeah, it might be a little bit too late for that already. Shady goes down as well.
He wasn't happy with that.
Definitely not. Now it is going to be Ranking. A nice advantage to work with for this one. Lucas already down to half, as well as JRK. Rambo pushing Ali solo.
What?
It's going to work out. How does he get away with the double kill and the fall off? You can't miss those trades if you're Ranking.
No way.
Still got 48 health. he's fine. He's got another push in him.
That is not okay.
You can fit so many alley pushes in this player.
Bad boy.
Yeah.
Slaps roof of Rambo.
Exactly. Well, okay. Falcon is at least able to trade that one back. And now that's going to even things up just a bit. Bit low on health, some of the members of Carahouse. Now they're down a member. They're going to push in. JRK looking to push together. Dolos got the bomb underneath, and he will get isolated and taken out. JRK at least has got the angle, but he's not able to win 2 1v1s as Falcon will trade it back and get yet another round here for Ranking.
Yeah, and this is where their GR side continues to be strong and why I thought they might have a chance given they did start on this side of the map, because it's just so good for them. And we already saw them very successful against a pretty equal team, I would say, on their BL side earlier on today. So this is a really good position to be in for Ranking, to try and get that confidence back, to really push this towards a 3rd map in the series. And they're starting to play a little bit more like what we were expecting, aside from Humio, who still seems to be struggling in those aim duels. The rest of the team completely online in this one and pretty much firing exactly how they need to. Carahouse given mid control as well in this round, but I like this play from Ranking much better than contesting mid.
Yep. My concern, though, is like Hugh is too good of a player to not have impact forever. He feels like a ticking time bomb. So given enough of an enough of a runway, at some point he's going to be able to find his feet. Big stack outside of mid right here from Carahouse, or rather from Ranking, and they're going to actually re-aggress into mid. Nevis, KT15, and now Hugh on the board. That's a little bit more like it. Finds himself the double, 2 headshots. And are those going to be the start of something special? Ranking now up to 4-1, and looking like a completely different team to what we saw on Mexico, or rather on Ankara. Here on Mexico, the self-belief is returning.
Perfect timing for it. Now they've got a 4-1 lead. They can really snowball this into a good map for themselves, and then it'll come down to that map 3 decision. But right now, they've got to keep it moving here. They don't want Carahouse to feel like there's any opportunity to get right back into this map. If they can continue to play safe, force these uncomfortable pushes for Carahouse, they're going to be in a really good spot.
They're going pretty quick here, trying to up the pace. Not working for that duel with Ice Cube, but getting on top of the B site here. Shady able to entry onto that one. As here's Falcon looking for some kind of pick. He is going to stop this bomb from going down for now. Making it 3-on-3 as this push. More people are coming through the back here as Humio, he is potentially online. He is extremely low, though. In a 2v2 situation, both of them in the back, they're not going to do well against two M4s that are just waiting to spray right through that hallway.
Yeah, I kind of like Ice Cube's decision here to go to a bit of a longer angle. That's exactly why it's a little bit easier for him to kind of work with that Orm on the long angle, though this feels like an almost impossible clutch. Lucas has every advantage and will win it for Carahouse, just as the timeout does get pulled through. So a fair bit to probably discuss here for Carahouse. Why have things changed up so hard from map 1 to map 2? Yes, we're on obviously the blacklist side of Mexico, so that makes life a bit more difficult, but ranking are looking like a completely different team, and well, so are we, and for better or for worse, then that is causing some problems. So what's the conversation here for Carahouse? What are they going to change up? Is there maybe a faster play in there somewhere? A little bit more water control, go back down to the lower side of the map. Haven't really seen that in the last few rounds. Need to see a bit of an adaptation from Carahouse, because even that round comes down to a pretty tight one, a 1v1.
Yeah, we can see here in the replay, just really solid entry onto this B-bomb site from Carahouse, and Ice Cube, unfortunately, not able to clutch that one up, but Rambo having a really good game so far, 116 ADR, and he's been one of the missing components in every match leading up to this. He really wasn't a big fragger in anything we've seen so far, but today, really stepping up to make sure they can make it happen, even though Dola, outside of the previous match, hasn't been that valuable in this one. Hasn't really needed to be fair, up until this point, but now they really need him to start showing what he can do as well on this BL side, but it is still a very GR-sided map at the end of the day, so 3 or 4 rounds here for Carahouse isn't a bad place to be, and they certainly know that here.
Wow, that's a keyboard.
That is a choice you could make. Yeah, lots of different colors, looking pretty cool. Here comes Carahouse underneath once again. Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Kyle. I think that it's a big round to take. If it goes 1-5, then you're not feeling too confident. But 2-4, and now some aggression. They're going to isolate Ice Cube. They know the second guy's behind the box, and immediately all this pressure just comes through mid, and you see that ranking is not able to do anything about it.
I like that a bit more from Carahouse, right? It kind of feels like they're backing themselves a bit more in this round. They've just said, you know, we need to play with confidence, right? We proved that we're the better team on Ankara, and why are we sort of playing any other way, actually, in Mexico here? Let's just try to take a few aim duels and trade down and make sure our spacing is pretty good, and that's exactly what they do there. I mean, obviously, spacing doesn't matter, trading doesn't matter if you don't lose a player, but it's a better looking round from Carahouse, and they're looking a bit more like what they did on Ankara, which is exactly what they would want. Now KT15 and Nevis to try something, but it's just not going to happen. So 3 on the blacklist side is starting to look a little bit more respectable.
Yeah, I feel like for Carahouse, they've got the momentum back on their side after a round like that. No players going down. They've got to keep being equally aggressive moving forward to kind of keep their opponents intimidated in the situation, because we've seen how Ice Cube shoots when he's not feeling like he's on the same level as his opponents. So I think they need to keep him with his back against the wall if they want to keep winning in the same fashion. Humio as well, still only 3-6. He had one good round there. But Carahouse, they can keep throwing these aggressive plays to keep them on their toes. You can see ranking. They are playing forward in mid this time, but Carahouse, they've got a lot ready to go here in the alleyway towards Ed.
Let's see how good they can execute this one. Flashes over the top. Humio going to be critical here on the backside of this. He is able to survive for a while. And Dola, the only one to pick up a kill. This is totally stopped on that push, and ranking will pick up a 5th round. And feel pretty good about that defense.
Yeah, Fakon coming in with a lot of frags in that round. This is all while everyone's trying to shoot Humio. He gets a 3K, so sure, Hugh didn't actually get a kill, but he kind of had an impact there.
Just exist.
Yeah.
Just taunt the enemy team.
Just be the decoy.
Yeah.
That's all you need. Be the punching bag. Irresistible, really.
Better than not doing that and not providing anything for the team. So Fakon able to step up there and help out. And now 3-5. Carahouse desperately want to get this extra one just to put themselves in a better position for the second half. would feel so nice to go in 4-5. Whereas ranking, they've been putting up a nice show so far from the GR side. And certainly could just run away with 6.
I do like the setup, though, from ranking in this round. Putting Ice Cube on that forward position. He's able to find one. Nevis holds for the double as well. And Carahouse, they're not looking too good in this one. Shady at least gets the kill onto FotCon. It's only a 2v4 to work with. Shady has to get aggressive to try and get this bomb back as well. The mid players having control over it for ranking.
6-3 would feel like a pass score. So it's still pretty important for ranking to ensure that they can convert this one. Carahouse, I dare say, on their global risk side, are not going to be feeling too bad about at least getting 3. Gives you something to play with. Rambo with a tough ask to make sure this one gets over the line. Should be peaked by Nevis on that angle in just a second. And so 6-3 is the scoreline at half-time. It's obviously far better for ranking than what they had on Ankara. But it's definitely not enough to guarantee a map victory here.
Yeah, I feel like Carahouse still have a lot to offer on the GR side. 6-3 for the GR. Pretty standard here on this map. So it's potentially overtime in my eyes, given the scoreline, assuming Carahouse starts off strong on this side of the map. And there's not going to be much hesitation so far, pushing forward for that mid control. And it's actually FotCon, though, who takes down Dola right away, getting aggressive alone there. So it works out for him.
Just charging up alley, not something that Carahouse expected. Only got one sole individual in mid as well. I'm not really sure I'm a huge fan of that position from Lucas. If ranking decided that they want to push their way into mid, I think he's a dead man, and there's no way that he's going to be able to get out of there alive. But ultimately, ranking don't make that decision, so he's not punished for it. And Rambo, with the re-aggression on Ali, is able to bring down Nevis, forcing us back to the 4-on-4. JRK and Rambo well prepared for this push in through mid, and I think you guys were right in your assumption that the water plays are a regional specialty, because there's just no way you would see that much attention being put on that part of the map in another matchup.
I think this is the start of the Carahouse road to victory. It starts off with this, but I love how Rambo's trying to get really proactive on the alley part of the map. He picks off one, immediately repositions, is reading the play, and they totally shut down the aggression. Going to take some confidence out of ranking here, starting off on the BL side. And yeah, the second you start to get closer from GR and you pick up some rounds, I mean, we saw how strong Carahouse looked on this one against Kungara. And yeah, it's a different team, and Kungara were a bit predictable, sure, but I mean, both these teams are so good on the GR side of this map that I think if Carahouse can start off strong at all, even just one round that looks really good like that, might just be the beginning of the road to victory.
Yeah, Carahouse, I like the way they play this map as well on GR, just because they don't overemphasize mid-control. It's usually just like one player holding on to it, which is a lot better than going for those 3-man stacks, fully committing and peeking into mid. It's a little bit lower risk, but you still have that main point of contact that ensures they can't just basically holistically take control of this side of the map for free. So it's going to be up to Humio, I think, in this round to help them find an opening. He's kind of lurking in the water. Pre-fires a spray there, but he's just trying to pull players towards water, and it's not really working. This nade actually lands right on top of FotCon. Shady quickly follows it up, and now they're kind of just completely compromised here. They've got to back off. Ranking, they go for the full reset into mid, and this is where Lucas has a lot of value in this position. But still, Ice Cube goes for the swing onto him, takes him down.
Oh, Rambo's going to push water. Oh, I love that. Oh, that is... If he keeps going, that's really a nice play.
Yeah, the timing is perfect because you wouldn't expect anyone to check it at this time. And you know the push is going to be slow. And he's going to get 2 in the play. You could see he was waiting. He was waiting for the exact right moment. He gets it done, and he will secure this round almost definitely for the team. Picks up a 3rd because why not?
That's kind of hot.
And yeah. No, I can agree. Carahouse, pretty sick stuff in the last couple of rounds. This is what I meant. This is maybe the beginning of Carahouse fulfilling their destiny of facing off against X-Rock.
Yeah, the crazy thing within all of it, too, is Dola's been quiet these two maps. They haven't even needed him yet to get these rounds. If he steps up, it's only just icing on the cake at this point. So Rambo continuing to have a chance at impact in this round. Knows they're pushing up. Water spots the barrel. Already able to find one. Gets the double kill. Rambo looking for more. Misses the third shot. Doesn't matter to them. They got the advantage. Nevis, I don't know why he's trying to re-peek into this. Maybe to steal that bomb back, but it is not going into their hands. Lucas wants to swing right into it, but this could be a mistake here. Falcon gets the kill. At least Dola is able to trade, but Nevis, he has a chance to grab the bomb and get out now.
Why has Lucas just walked in there on his own to try to take a 1v2 fight?
It's very opportunistic, and he's reloading as Rambo's in their base again. This guy is everywhere. You can't get away from him. And very nice timing once again. I don't think that you can push there and then realize there's too many people and then start to try to run away. That just didn't look very good. Drop the bomb as well. But yeah, Red once again on the push, and that has never really worked for ranking on both sides.
3 on the trot though for Carahouse, and all of a sudden any weighting towards this map leans quite heavily toward Carahouse, although I'll retract my statement for a second because this is certainly looking like it's going to be a dominating round from ranking. That was over before I even basically finished my my thought. So evidence, yeah, that ranking can win rounds on this attack, but I'm just not really seeing the nuance in this attacking side from ranking so far. It's pretty much been, we're going to hold the W key somewhere. In water, it didn't work, but they just walked into the A side, and again, they're going to go W key straight into mid by the looks of things, and yeah, it can work, but you're really relying on being able to frag out, and particularly finding those entry frags is important. Falcon, every opportunity there, he actually provides enough of a distraction for Nevis to slide in with a kill. He's on the site, but the C4's stuck in mid, and unfortunately for both these ranking members, they're stuck in isolated 2v1s. Falcon should go down here. Good trade though from Nevis. He hustled to get there for that refrag. But it is now a 1-on-1, which is favorable for JRK. He's got the HP advantage at least. And he also still is in control of the bomb.
Yeah, JRK, this is a huge round though. It's a must win. If Nevis somehow steals this away, they move to 8. And then things really start to look good for ranking on this side of the map with 2 in a row. If you keep it even though, especially after trailing most of the first half, it's got to be a really good sign for Carahouse to push forward.
He's in a good spot.
2-0. He does have a good spot here. JRK, I don't think he's going to be checked, but Nevis, if he can sneak this bomb in and out really quickly, maybe not going to matter though. JRK gets the peek onto him, and it's around for Carahouse. A very loud one at that.
Yeah, they're feeling it now, and that's a big one. You know, they got rolled over on A in the last one, and it ended in like 20 seconds, and then they read the fact that ranking was going to do it again. They responded much better, even though the push was quite effective. Like, ranking got pretty close, and even Falcon is like in A, just flanking them, getting crazy angles, and yet still they were just barely able to hold on and take the round, and that's got to be a big boost to morale at this point in time. So, yeah, ties it up, and still, again, really liking the chances here for Carahouse. Ranking Gaming, it feels like their gambit is kind of running out of steam.
Yeah, and the entire conversation around this series is ultimately, if it's a 2-0, especially for Carahouse, why did ranking pick Ankara, right? Because they've been competitive here on Mexico, but you'll never know how this series could have played out had they actually gone toward a map which they haven't lost 10 times in a row against Carahouse. It just seems like a ludicrous pick in hindsight. You know, why didn't they pick Compound, right? But we will never know. We'll never get to know unless they 2-0, or sorry, unless they can go up 2-1.
Reverse sweep
the series. Like a little bit of me really does want to know. Like, I really do want to know actually if ranking is actually the worst team in this matchup, or if they just for some reason completely threw the pick and ban. Because I mean, you can't make an argument for Ankara at this point anymore. But yeah, onus is on ranking to at least force this through to compound to make a competitive series.
Well, how about a water push?
I mean, done it before. It hasn't worked, but this timing is a bit different, right? They've done it early in the round. This time they've actually decided to do it quite late in the round, and so Carahouse have kind of rotated off. Have been spotted out early by Rambo, but he's lost his head, and now it's on to Shady, who doesn't quite land his shots, and Dola also falls. So, decisive stuff from ranking, and once again, they are in the driver's seat. 7-8.
Yeah, I still feel like if they don't have a good aggressive push, though, together, they have no chance. There's no start of round that has been slow that has worked out for them. It's really just coming down to these quick team fights where they have a slight advantage when it comes to the gunplay they bring to the table. And a lot of that's due to Ice Cube switching off of that I think it's helped quite a bit on this side of the map. And he's still up at 14 kills. Carahouse, though, you can tell they're slowing things down a little bit here, not playing quite so far forward. It's a good change-up to really put that extra pressure onto ranking, because even though they have a one-round lead, getting these final 2 rounds for ranking, as we've seen historically, can be quite the challenge.
Yeah, that unlucky number 8, perhaps, for this team, although lucky in many other aspects. What is going to occur from this point in time? This is such a crucial one. If ranking can get over the line to 9, then they get, even potentially a chance at overtime, a chance to play GR again. You never know what happens from there.
Yep.
But if Carahouse win 1 or 2, I don't think it's going to look good. Let's see. Dola's got a pretty nice angle here, as it does look like potential aggression through from the side of ranking. Here it comes. They do isolate Dola immediately, and Shady comes out. He hits 1, but only 1, as the aggression is good once again from the side of ranking.
Ooh. Is it a map 3 on the cards? Are we still on for the correct prediction, boys? I don't know.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying there's a chance. I'm saying there's a chance. I don't want to... Look, okay, just for anyone who's watching at home, we get the same bus back to the hotel as the Chinese casters, and I don't think I could face that if we all predicted ranking. They all pretty much predicted Carahouse, and then ranking just got boomed 0-2 after losing 10-0. I don't want to face that reality. Let's go ranking. Yeah, the boys.
I think they might do it here. I mean, they've got the momentum now on their side. Out of the last 4, they've gotten themselves 3. And this is where we've seen a team like Carahouse crumble quite a bit. When things are going great, they can keep that momentum comfortably. But when a couple rounds go against them, they generally get pretty streaky on their losses.
Definitely feels possible for ranking now. But this is where Carahouse have to dig deep. They can force it to OT, then the momentum again shifts back in the favor of Carahouse. So, important couple of rounds here for ranking.
But those executions have been really clean. Like that attack in through A, it was pretty dry. I mean, they just kind of ran in the front door. It was only Dola and Shady on the site, and maybe just dragging enough people away from the site. Kind of an interesting nade there. With some of the aggression they put in through the bottom, through the water, and yeah, just pulling apart Carahouse and really committing. Once you're going in, you're not wasting any time, and that's the way it's got to be, especially on a map like Mexico. You don't really have a lot of options if you are a bit slow. So let's see if they can get just 1 more. They only need 1 more rush like that in the next 3 rounds, or 2.
It's going to go down. The trade, though, is successful. Lucas makes sure they at least hold the equal numbers for now. Nevis gets caught alone, pushing out of the water. Rambo finds 1 as well, but he only has 10 HP to work with, quickly taken down in the trade fire. Humio and Fotcon looking for a big play, and Humio, he wants to go for the fight onto JRK, hits the headshot as well. They want to finish this now here. Fotcon on the wraparound. Is he going to get the shots, though? It doesn't matter. He has the support from Humio. Can Humio do it? Yes, he can. 10-7 ranking. Tie the series up.
Hello and welcome back to the desk. After ranking esports, they turn it around after a 10-0 loss, and they win a map. The choice here from Carahouse.2L was Mexico. They had to start on the blacklist side. It was pretty even until actually ranking just ran away with it towards the end and picked up a bunch of rounds in a row with their very aggressive play. Really good to see because, again, we were worried after the first map that they had lost all steam, but it seems like they found themselves again.
Yeah, and it's honestly kind of a historic turnaround. I don't think we've ever seen a 10-0 into the other team winning in CFS history before, so this could be one of the biggest comebacks we've ever seen. But I feel like ranking, they've kind of earned this right to take the fight to map number 3, because map number 1 was just not the same ranking we've seen all tournament long. They got in their own heads, but now you see everybody on this team stepping up. Maybe not the full life out of Humio just yet, but everybody else in this match really did a good job of pushing it across the line.
That is the problem, though. We have given enough time for him to start to come online. You could kind of see it toward the back end of that map. He was having a little bit more impact, certainly, than he was on Ankara, and certainly was in the first half of Mexico. I mean, I was a bit scared, actually, that Fatcon was going to throw that last round away. He had the C4. He was pushing out of the B site after Humio had already cleared the site into a 2v1, but they got the job done. And now, ranking, can they reverse sweep the series? I, for one, think so.
They're certainly primed and ready to do so. But, guys, we're going to take a quick break before we do get into the third map. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're here after that break, and we're ready to jump into the final map of today. It is the third map in between Ranking Esports and Carahouse.2L. It's gone back and forth even after the 10-0. Doesn't matter. Ranking Esports somehow bounced back on Mexico. And now we go to Compound for one last map.
You know what? I'm not even mad, right? I predicted Ranking. They lose 0-10 on Ankara. Don't worry about it, bro. Mexico, easy map. Compound, easy map. 2-1 reverse sweep, that's what I'm calling. I think Ranking is slowly working their way into this series. Absolute throw of a veto, but it doesn't really matter when they can win the last 2 maps anyway. And like we said, we feel like they've been the better team in general in this event in comparison to Carahouse, and they are maybe slowly starting to prove that in this series, though I think they've still got a ways to go. All I'll say is I think Compound is actually going to be quite a competitive map, because we know both these teams like to go toward Compound every now and then, so should be a tight one.
Yeah, I feel like going into this final map Ranking, they do have a slight advantage, I would say, in terms of side choice and the momentum coming off of that last map. And I think we still have to look at Dola. He hasn't come online in this match in the same way he did against Kungara, and they really need to see him shine through if they want to win this one, because you could see it even in the last map. Rambo tried to carry a lot of those rounds, but he didn't really have anyone alongside him a lot of the time.
Yeah, it is pretty rough in that facet, and I feel like both teams have had one guy who's been kind of, we're waiting because we know what he can do, but he isn't doing it. It's Humio and Dola, right? And maybe now with this little bit of extra momentum, we do get the Humio factor finally coming through.
So.
But what if Dola matches him? What if we just get like this crazy back and forth where both teams are just playing at a high level? Where we finally get like some competitive Crossfire rather. Shout out to all you Seafers out there. Yeah, thank you for watching. So yeah, finally, back and forth Crossfire. Both teams who can win. It's not just a 2-0 blowout. So this has been fun to cast.
I think that's the dream, right? Humio stepping up, Dola stepping up, both absolutely popping off, and then like let's say Ice Cube 1v2 versus Rambo and Shady, both taking the Orm, looking solid. It's the dream, right? Just individuals stepping up all over the place, having a banger of a map. That's kind of what I hope we get to see here. I certainly hope we don't get a 10-0. That would be quite the disappointment. I mean, I think if you listened to the cast, you would have heard my disappointment in what Ranking was bringing to the table on that map of Ankara, but yeah, they're doing enough to kind of keep us interested, keep us a bit tantalized. And now it's time to see whether or not the meal that they've been cooking is actually going to be worth eating. And what are we going to get on Compound? Well, we don't know, though. Our suspicion is that it's going to be a tight one, but it is going to be Ranking to walk away with the victory. Big talking point is definitely going to be whether or not Humio can come online at some point in this series. I have been pretty outspoken about it, particularly there on Mexico, saying I just don't think he goes missing for 3 maps in a row. That feels pretty uncharacteristic. And of all of the players in this event, you talk about all the individuals that have like really had super big performances, right? Famous is one of them. Nine's another one. Humio's definitely in that discussion. All of those players have had off maps, but none of them have had a completely off series. So it's kind of time now for Hugh to step up if he wants to remain in that conversation as one of the top players in this event, just at least based on the eye test. Can he at least have an impact here on this map? And I think it's time to step up on Compound.
I think he will as well. When you look at his matches historically, this is a really good map for him. He feels a lot more comfortable on it usually, and is a key entry fragger along with Ice Cube on it. I feel like this map caters to Ranking a little bit better in this situation, just given how they've played it in recent history. And I feel like they're not going to have the same issues they did in map number 1 in playing a longer range map. I think a lot of it boils down to, in my mind, whether we're not going to see the same Rambo again, because Rambo, I feel like, has played almost above his usual in this match, and I don't know if he can do that for 3 full maps against this Ranking team.
I think that's a great point, actually. Rambo, 2 maps in a row in this game, I think he's probably had his 2 best maps at the event in this particular game. So yeah, you always question whether or not you're going to see that over the entire course of a series, right? And it's very rare that one player is going to have 3 incredible maps in a row. So again, it's maybe the other side of the coin that we've seen where Humio's not having a great series, Rambo is having a great series. Do they flip, or does Rambo manage to keep that pace?
And it's 10-0 to Ranking Esports.
Yeah.
And we knew all along.
Yeah.
They were the favorites.
Like I said, I was talking about that bus analogy, walking in there to the Chinese casters. Hey, maybe we're the ones that are walking in victorious.
It's a
on
pretty
the prediction.
bussin' analogy, I have to say.
Oh, yeah.
We're getting ready for Compound anyway. This is going to be a fun last map for this one. Winner goes up against X-Rock. Loser has to face Baisha in the in the round of 8, in the best of 5s, whatever you want to call it. They want to get the win today here on Compounds. Just one map to do it. Who will rise to the occasion? Who will compete to conquer?
That is a good question. We don't know the answer, but we'll find it out over the next half an hour or so. Instantly, a couple of smokes from Carahouse into mid alongside a nade, signaling that they do want to at least dissuade from ranking taking that area of the map. In response as well, Carahouse are going to push their way into tunnel and take control there. And again, it's down to the mind games here. It's like, does ranking sort of know, okay, Carahouse on their first round, they like to go toward the B side of the map. That's why we're going to set up on B. And Carahouse is thinking, well, they know, we know, and then we know, they know, and we should go A, but they think we're going to go A, but then we'll go B. And anyway, if you know, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, makes sense.
But who knows at this point, because it is a mind game between these two teams. They do play against each other so much, and Compound is one of those maps that gets picked up in the series quite a lot. So a lot of tendencies will have to change up. And this might be Carahouse mixing it up a little bit by pushing into mid early on in the round. Lucas does look like he wants to go in the direction of this stack of ranking members. And the C4 is on that side of the map as well. So I wonder if ranking is onto something here.
Got to be careful, though. Lucas on the door. Good for 1, good for 2. He spots the 3rd as well. He's got to know. He's got a chance at it, but he's going to keep playing patient here. Really good patience from Lucas on this angle. He's just going to fall back here, looking for that secondary frag in mid, but Nevis, he wants to go for the trade.
Oh, timing.
The timing's perfect, though, on that shot onto JRK. Beautifully done. He can fall off. It's still a 3-on-4, but now a little bit more winnable.
Kind of insane how he was able to figure that one out, but he got the job done. Now they're in there, but Ice Cube with the jump shot. He is getting isolated quite a bit, but it doesn't matter. He will hold his own up here, and he nearly gets a 3rd. And it is going to be Fakan and Nevis to help him out finally, as Ice Cube is getting really pumped now after that play.
Yeah, huge play from Ice Cube, and a pretty poor call in the end from Carahouse. They had the numbers advantage, and then they just sort of miscellaneous pushed themselves through their own smoke into the A site. They were not expecting 2 players still anchoring this site, I dare say, but even then, unable to trade down Ice Cube for so long feels like a bit of a misplay, and ranking will start with the 1-0 scoreline. Ice Cube, again, able to take a lot of space in the tunnels, but backs off in the end.
Like the call here as well from ranking, not going for that full tunnel control this time, just playing a little bit safer, 2-on-2 setup, putting that extra pressure onto Carahouse to have to play forward in this round. And you can tell they're not really comfortable on the BL side of this map. They move a little bit awkwardly around it, especially towards these B tunnels. Lucas and Dola trying to work their way through it. It is going to be Ice Cube holding the long angle, just that pixel shot. He really wants to find that other spot, but look at Rambo. He is ready. Peaks crouched underneath it to take him down.
Yeah, it was pretty clean. And had the first guy jumping over to it as well, forcing Ice Cube to try to, readjust, and doesn't quite work out for him. That's going to be the win in the 1v1 on battle there, going over to Rambo. And now, again, Carahouse have the advantage. Let's hope for their sake that this execution will be a little bit cleaner. They have taken out Ice Cube, which was a key person in stopping the push the last time around, as it does look like Carahouse are slowly gearing up here for a mid-push into somewhere. Let's see where they decide to go. They do have Rambo still over in the pillars, so maybe it will be into B.
Wouldn't want to see another advantageous situation go against Carahouse here. That would be pretty painful to watch. KT15, though, completely caught off guard, and Nevis, this will be a tough one to salvage. Gets one, but really that's not quite enough to trouble the scorers. 4-on-1 for Fatcon. Don't see it happening. So, one apiece, the scoreline, and as expected, a contested map.
Yeah, I felt like there, KT15, big misplay on his positioning and timing. He should have known a lot sooner that push was coming. He had his back turned until the very last moment and almost allowed them the site for free. And in this important of a circumstance, you don't want to make those kind of small errors that cost your team the round, especially knowing that Baish is waiting for the loser of this match.
You're thrown to the sharks if you lose this. Literally, and yeah, also in the game as well. It's not going to be easy. And X-Rock is no easy opponent either, but definitely Baisha is kind of on their own tier at this point. The way they've been playing, the championship title that they have from just last year, the fact that it feels like they're ramping up this year as well.
It does.
Yeah, they're pretty good. We've spoken a lot about it.
And also, I actually think that the loss in the grand final of the Summer Invitation almost plays into their hands a little bit here for the Summer, for the CFS grand finals, I should say. Just because it's kind of like the wake-up call, right? They make the change of Wunan, I should say, to CZY. That seems like a positive change for them. They're going to be aware that, you know, look, even though we do look like the best team at the moment, it's not a foregone conclusion necessarily. So they're going to be preparing hard for those playoffs, and yeah, they don't want to squander their opportunity like they did at the Summer Invitational. It would be much more painful to take a second here than it was in Vietnam. Trades on the mid-entry do go 2 for 2. Humio gets one more. It's 3 for 3. Now it's on to Ice Cube, holding from the same position as he was in the first round to make an impact. And he goes for the Colt instead of the Orm as a choice. Ends up tossing away the sniper rifle and looking for the M4 instead. But where's ranking going?
Seems like they're still considering a potential wraparound, but yeah, the mind games may be getting to them. Either way, they are going to have position here straight through the front door. On to A. In position, they push with 2 M4s. It might just be enough one-on-one. No, it is going to be JRK who clutches it right at the end. A couple of headshots with the AK holding on to the bomb and pretty much doing it by himself. Nicely done for Carahouse.
Yeah, JRK, look at those shots. Perfect to hold on in the 1v2. And now Carahouse have the lead on the harder side of the map as well, so a really solid start from them. You can see Humio still having some trouble connecting on the shots. KT15 with a few failures on the site hold as well, but overall still a pretty even game nonetheless. The double arm setup from Shady and Rambo will continue forward. Ice Cube going to be playing towards this B bomb site a little bit safer, but I feel like at Ranking's position right now, I'd be playing a little bit more aggressive towards this midsection, not allowing them to take this much map control necessarily for free.
Yep, I was going to say the exact same thing. It feels like most of the strategy for Carahouse has been to exploit middle. Might be a little different in this round, though.
Could still push into pillars and then maybe rotate out. Another compound classic. Do that and then go mid. And then exploit middle again. They did try to, you know, set up the double angle kind of crossfire in mid the last round, but it was only like 1-for-1 trades. Didn't look that clean, so maybe just trying to hold a more passive positioning and wait for Carahouse to make a move, and then they will react from there, as it is the push into pillars and then the back away. With a minute left, it's probably just going to be a mid push into B. Once again, it worked for them. KT was very much caught with his pants down the last time around, so maybe this time they're trying to exploit that once again, but looks like positioning this time, at least for RK, is a little bit better.
Question here will be Nevis. Can he have an impact on the rotation through? And he does. He gets himself at least one. That's pretty good for the hold on the B side. You've still got Fuck on there, but he'll be run down. Dola having a huge impact on the round is now down to a one-on-one. We said, what would it look like if both these individuals stepped up? Well, At the moment, only one of them is doing so. Dola 6-2, Yumio 1-3, but Hugh is able to clutch it. And talk about impact, he has secured the round for ranking to appease the scoreline. Dola not happy with it.
Yeah, I feel like that's really the boost that he needed in this match. Winning that key 1v1 might be what it takes to reignite Humio in this match and make it a lot closer. And it already has, in a sense, 2-2, a lot better than a 3-1 start for Carahouse on this one. If you're hoping Ranking can pull it off here. But Ranking also playing, I think, a little bit more in control as a team as well in this matchup. You can still see Carahouse, even though it's a close game this time around, still playing pretty individualized, but this is a bit of a change as well. 3 OMs on the table for Carahouse in round 5.
It's almost like they're just expecting Ranking to run at them after that little burst of energy from winning the round, but Ranking, as we can see, they do have 3 guys in this room, but they're not actually pushing them too much. Just waiting, throwing out a grenade. And we're going to see some weapon swaps, no doubt, from the side of Carahouse. And will they just go into pillars, clear it out, throw a grenade into the room, and then go mid? Is that the play?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, they've got a lot of time, obviously, to play with here. So I suspect they will probably just look to clear out the tunnel and then change up their position. Carahouse also working their way around the map at the moment. There's really no information just yet for either team at this point.
But again, Carahouse, it's back to the classic. Let's just execute out of mid strategy. It's been a bit hit and miss so far, but Ranking, they've got the response set up and ready to go. It is going to be Ranking putting that extra pressure onto mid. They've got Ice Cube and Nevis holding the off angle from the B bomb site, but Ranking, they've got to be ready for what's coming their way. It is going to be Carahouse sneaking past them actually towards the A bomb site. They're going for the full wraparound here. Humio, he's got to stop it, but he just can't. KT-15 goes down as well, and this side is completely cleared out in a matter of seconds.
Not over yet. Nevis fast on the rotate. Wasn't able to have an impact before the plant went down, which I think might be signaling doom for Ranking in this round. A 5-on-3 retake does feel a little bit far-fetched with the way Carahouse are hitting their shots. And already Ice Cube down, Nevis as well. Back on the last one. It's just going to be 4-man swung. And Dola lets him know.
Well, he's finally back on the map, and he's having a big impact for the team. But yeah, just a very clean execute, and it didn't seem like the side of Ranking had any idea what was going on. We see 5 Dolas. That means he's in there.
He's doing good.
8-3, 5 headshots. Only 1 assist though, so
yeah,
honestly, I'm a little bit disappointed.
Always seems to be the problem, doesn't it? The assists.
Yeah. But yeah, he's doing really well, and Carahouse looking pretty good here on this map. They have
not sure about that one.
some funky grenades sometimes.
A bit questionable, but the stack is 4 on A, and Carahouse, they run right into it. Nevis, good to hold on here with KT-15. Complete shutdown. Rambo left alone, 1 versus 4. Not going to happen at all, so the gamble stack will pay off for Ranking as they bring it to a tie.
Yeah, just absolutely boomed, really. I guess it's never going to work when you're going to go into 4-player stack, but also does feel a bit of a risky setup from Ranking. What happens if they go to B? You've just got 4 guys chilling on an A, like, yep, sup. So, works out in this case, but I'm not sure that it's something that you can necessarily rely on. Like, you're not going to make the right call every time on which site to stack. Especially when they're not really doing a whole lot to gather info, right? Like, Ranking are not playing aggressively at all. We haven't seen any push in mid, any push in tunnel, any push on the A side of the map. Like, they have really just been sitting back in their sites for the most part. And again, at that point, you're kind of just making a 50-50 coin toss as to whether or not you make the right call.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Carahouse doing a lot of, like, 4 or 5-man pushes, if you do make the right call, feels very nice because you are probably just going to wipe them. And then maybe you keep a lot of people alive if you make the wrong choice. But you are right, like trying to retake B can be a little bit of an issue, but works out regardless. We're all tied up. It does feel like this is anybody's game from here. Both of these teams very equally matched at this point in time, and Carahouse have certainly been taking it slow to start these rounds and then trying to make a maneuver towards one side or the other. Let's see what they decide to do here. My guess is probably they're going to clear out the pillars, and then they're going to go into mid and push somewhere.
Isn't that what you said literally the last time?
Yeah, I did. And
that is what they did. Well, let's see. This time they've actually got a little bit less time on the clock. Like when they last pushed into this position, they had about 1.5 minutes. But now they've got under a minute, though they are still keeping quite a bit of presence in mid. I'm kind of wondering, though, if this is just going to end up being a B split. And it kind of looks like with every second that ticks by that is going to be more and more of a possibility. So it's at least good that Ranking have put 2 players on that side of the map, though they don't have anyone watching the mid push. So it's on to Hugh Mio, and this time he'll step up. He cleans up too. Shady and JRK down. Fatcon working hard, but he's fallen as well, and it's kind of starting to get a bit awkward here for Ranking. They're fighting their way back into the site and doing a good job of it. Now it's just Dola. The Dola that stepped up, but not enough. And another one for Ranking. They'll draw ahead. Carahouse getting a bit worried.
Probably at this point, I feel like they're kind of misplaying some of these rounds. You could see that mid pinch onto the B bomb site wasn't really met at the same time. They almost gave the chance for the mid players to be able to fight first, and then they turn around and try and fight the players coming up through the tunnels. The timing just not in sync on that one. And now they're going to have to find a way to adapt here. The only thing I don't like on the Ranking side is I'm not a huge fan of this 3-long stack because Carahouse doesn't really go along with their entire team too often, so it seems like they're kind of just intentionally spreading themselves thin in the wrong area.
what if they do one time? Then they're totally going to wreck them. But yeah, they just don't. I mean, as we know, they go pillars and then they go mid. And mid split sometimes into B. Maybe this is the time. I mean, they are moving over towards this area that grenade might give them a little bit of pause, but now actually Ranking have moved away from this area at this timing.
Yeah. The positive here is they do still have at least 2 players on site. The third moving kind of in a position where he can support still if the push comes in aggressively. But now it's on to Nevis to really get that information. But he's double coverage now as well. Has to go back and forth on this angle. And if the timing's not perfect, he's going to get ran out on. But again, they just want to go back to mid, it seems, anyways. They don't even go A long here. It's back to the pillars and mid split.
Hasn't 100% been working out, though, for Carahouse. So I wouldn't really mind seeing them change something up a little bit. But yeah, B split is on the cards once again. The counter util out from Ranking. It indicates they have a pretty good idea of what is going to be coming, and Fatcon is ready for it again. Gives away his position, though, to no frag, and Hugh Mio has been run over as well. Fatcon's trying to pick the pace up, but he would be going solo, and the difference here for Ranking is they only had 1 player defending the B site this time around, so full 4-man retake. It's going to be so difficult. There's so many little nooks and crannies that you can be hiding in, and Ranking look like they'll be giving this round up.
Yeah, not a fan of how they gave up that much site control on B. Just solo holding the hardest site, I would say, in Crossfire to retake is not the play when you have 5 alive.
Yeah.
Nevis, I mean, what do you do at this point? You just talk about what you want to do next. This isn't even a winnable retake situation, and he knows it. But this last round is going to be crucial whichever way it goes.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Fatcon needed to get 1 on the cross there at least.
He like delayed a little bit and was hoping that they would stick around and maybe he could like spray onto 2.
Yeah.
But the first guy just ran by so quickly that he like missed his chance, and then he was like, oh crap, now I'm just cut off and Humio's dead. I let him get flanked. It's just kind of all over from there. And it was, in fact, a much cleaner entry for Carahouse.
Snooze, you lose.
And now it's 4-4. It's really anybody's from here. KT looking to get a little frisky in here.
I like it. This is the round to do it in. Oh, but Lucas, looking sharp, will be quickly brought to heel by Nevis. Information, though, does go over to Carahouse that there's a couple of players in that area of the map, and so they can move a little quicker in through middle. They don't commit to it, though.
Carahouse just fanning out, trying to get that next pick. They do start to move back towards the B pillars area. We've got 3 starting to group up, now 4 going in that direction. Nevis on the other side of it, though, has been quite solid. 10 and 4 from him in this opening half. Surprising to see him as that player at the top of the leaderboards for ranking, but he's really been hitting the shots today, so hopefully he can keep that up. But there's not a whole lot of presence on this B-bomb side again, and this is where I worry for ranking. Solo holding B is really risky.
And they just keep doing it, and it's come back to bite them at least twice so far.
Ice Cube's moving across, but I don't know if he's going quickly enough to reinforce the site. Still, he cuts off the rotator.
There's nobody else in mid.
Yeah, they've figured that out. I mean, they've got to get a wriggle on here, ranking, honestly. They know, they've got the info. And they do have now a second player in the side, so good call in the end from ranking. And it's going to work out successfully, 5-4. Thought it might be coming through a little bit too slowly, but in the end, they do salvage it. And it is exactly as we said. We thought we might get a competitive, very close map on the final map in this series, and 5-4, it can't get any tighter than that at halftime.
Yeah, Seven was casting the match, the second match, and this happened on Compound where they only send one guy through mid and the majority through B, and he's like, that's not really the way you want to play that. You want to send more through mid, and the second the mid guy got caught out, it was just so obvious, and all 3 people are going through one doorway against a sniper and a guy on site and a third guy who's rotating over, and it just made it so easy to hold for the side of ranking, who pick up 5 on GR. You know, it's pretty standard, very right down the middle. Now let's see ranking esports' BL side here.
We do see Ice Cube trying to find that opening, holding on to the backside of mid while the rest of the team works their way up A long. There are 3 players now on the A bomb side for Carahouse. It's going to be Dola and Rambo holding that initial peak together. Though Rambo has quite fallen off, as we kind of anticipated that could be an option in this match. He's 1-7 compared to kind of being that leader for his team in the last 2 maps. Though Dola has stepped up a little bit more than I would have expected here.
Yeah, Dola's been very good this series. Still back and forth across the map. Ranking, they clear out tunnel. Now they've cleared out A long. Now they might look to clear out middle and then decide where they want to end. Smokes to the left side of mid. Would indicate a push in toward the B site, B split. This is maybe a bit of a better way to do it. Actually, it doesn't even end up being a split. And re-aggression from Carahouse into mid is going to catch ranking off guard. Rambo not traded down. Information definitely given across. Ranking, though, still fighting hard. Humio has 2 and Fatcon has 1. It is just Rambo left alive at the end of all the skirmishes. And the B site belongs to ranking. Pause on. Good call. Carahouse. The map is starting to slip away from them a bit.
Yeah, Rambo 1v3, not looking like he has a lot of opportunity to find these players one at a time. He's trying to isolate a pick, but there's really nothing to be had here. KT-15 just jiggle peeking the corner, should have the initial information. Rambo misses the shot. Humio is going to be on point with it. Carahouse called the timeout at a 6-4.
Yeah, and that one was just a really nice response from the side of ranking. They knew they were getting flanked, and they didn't waste any time. They just, okay, we're going to go. They pushed Rambo back. They actually almost took him out, but they didn't. And then they said, well, we can't just dilly-dally here. They push in. Humio got like 3 entry kills. Pushing through mid, there were a couple of guys there from the side of Carahouse as well. Take them out, take the 1 guy out on B, or the 2 that were there, and immediately it's just an open B site. So just like a dagger through the heart, they pushed in and ended up being a big boon for them. Big lead now, 6-4. it's a big lead because it's been so close so far. I mean, finally moving out ahead is Ranking Esports.
Replay here real quick. You can see Humio really starting to finally step up in this final match of the series, and what a time for him to come to life. On the other side as well, Rambo falling off. This could be the perfect combination that Ranking need to pull this one right back.
Yep. Like I said, no way you're keeping Humio out of an entire series.
Yeah.
Still, Dola leading in the individual stats department, but I don't know if that's going to be enough to get Carahouse the win today. It does definitely start to lean more significantly toward Ranking in this second half, especially with that round picked up in a clean fashion as well. Carahouse need to find some success off the back of this timeout. Don't have any more opportunities for a prolonged chat, so has to happen now.
Ice Cube getting boosted over the top and mid. Not really going to spot anything though. Carahouse initially playing very reserved. A lot of them towards the GR spawn right now. I'm not sure what they're doing with this rotation. It's a little bit awkward. It looked like they were going to stack the GR spawn or something. I was like, what are you doing with 4 in GR spawn here? But now they fan back out. They put Rambo on long.
Yeah.
And now they switch JRK over here as well to that solo hold position. 3 on mid. But again, they almost seem a little bit too anxious here, going back and forth, putting a lot of emphasis on holding off for a mid to B. But to be fair, between these two teams, we see a lot of mid to B.
We do. That is the strategy of the day on this map. In this match, saw a lot more A play when Kungara was here from both teams, actually, funnily enough. But not the case in this one. Ranking Esports, though, will push into the A tunnels, try to at least clear it out. They did this, I think, on the first round. And then they did maneuver back. Just clearing out all the flanks just to go mid. It is the way of the compound.
Yeah, but, I mean, honestly, Ranking have been a little bit more successful than Carahouse with these kinds of pushes. Lucas almost found a timing there. He's going to be run down by 2, and Hugh only just getting the trade. He himself actually falls quite quickly to Dola. It's a little more awkward, a little bit more difficult now for Ranking. C4 pushing forward there alongside Fatcon, so he needs a bit of assistance. He's not quite getting it. It's a 2v1 now for Ice Cube. He needs to win it and can't. But where's Nevis? He's in the backlines. Unexpected. Rambo trying to hold on. His position was last known. Nevis doesn't land the shots that he needs to, but at least gets some damage down. He's just got to take this fight. Has he spotted Rambo out? Head down, ducks below. And Nevis hasn't spotted him. The shot's missed though. Oh, Rambo. Only just wins the round. Maybe a bit of shaky aim. The nerves getting to him.
Yeah, with how shaky that looked, I don't know if I'd be yelling after that one. A little bit lackluster of a performance to say you went all out there, but you've got to keep that intimidation factor high, I suppose, if you're Carahouse. It's what worked so well for them in the first map, not so much on Mexico, but Carahouse, they are a GR-sided team, so they do have an advantage, at least in being on this side to try and close out a series. So I would give them that slight benefit just on the side here in this circumstance. Ranking, they're going to change things up a little bit. Early pressure towards a long 4 players, but I've got to believe we're probably going to see a mid push at some point in this round.
I thought they should have gone into B the last time around, but it's hard for them to have all the information that we do, of course. Didn't look like there was as much fortification defense on the B site that time around, and a lot of eyes looking at exactly where they were coming in onto that A site. But let's see where they decide to go this time around. They clear out the A side just a little bit. Now they're going to go over to, or maybe they're going to push a little bit earlier. Maybe trying to mess with the timing a little bit. And go into B? Oh. Okay.
Shady with a nice little tap there. Through the box. Takes down Nevis. Exactly what you want to see at the start of the round here for Carahouse. Shady looking for the follow-up into mid. Not going to get the challenge he was looking for, but Rambo might. The counter flash goes perfectly onto Ranking. Blinding 3. Shady looks for the repeat on the flank, downs the bomb carrier, and that is massive in the round. KT15 can't do it, and Fatcon has to find a way through, but he's going to be busted on the other side of the map by Dola.
Fatcon was really the key there. If he could have got something done on the flank, then there might have been a chance for Ranking, but now a little bit too much to ask for. Although Ice Cube has just done something special, and he's going to try to cut off the rotate. JRK, he'll have no idea. Oh my word. Ice Cube was so close. If he had a little more HP, that was his round. If he just hit the headshot, oh, that could have been something so special from Ice Cube. Probably would have been the round of the tournament.
And they nearly pulled it back. It was like 2v5 at that point, too.
Yeah, it was.
And it just barely not enough to get across the line. And they take a timeout here as 2 rounds go the way of Carahouse, and it's actually pretty dangerous territory here. Just with the momentum and the map we're playing on. Ranking Esports, they had the one good round. That was quite clean, with Humio kind of getting in there and going a little bit nuts. Other than that, it's been pretty much all Carahouse to stop the aggression. So I like the timing of the timeout pretty early on before things get any more out of hand.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like actually a lot of the teams have called their timeouts a little bit too late at this event. And you don't have the time to adapt. Oh, can we get to see Ice Cube again? One. He gets such a clean couple of good kills here. The flick around there is disgusting. I really thought he was on for it. I really did think he was on for it, but unfortunately not for Ranking. And fortunately for Carahouse, it'll be enough to get them an equalizing round.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting round coming out of this one for Ranking. I feel like they really need to find this one, even though it's all tied up. The GR side has a lot of advantages on this map, so even though Ranking had 4 early on, it's just not enough here. Carahouse going into this side has really pulled it back. And they look like the better team on this side of the map. If Rambo starts to step up as well, it becomes an interesting story here for Carahouse, but JRK actually aiming over Rambo, kind of interesting to see.
Might just be due to positioning, just the fact that he's looking into pillars, but I mean, it is pretty surprising that Rambo wouldn't at least also pick up an arm, just maybe expecting the aggressive pushes to come in. They don't want to get too run over.
It's kind of come down to a lot of those more brawly situations where the rifle is going to be a bit more useful, multi-frag potential.
Rambo has it now. Holding a couple of long angles here, one into the pillars, one through mid from B, although pretty defensive for Rambo. Let's see if JRK's got it.
Yeah, I want to be careful on your swing here, and KT15 spotted with the C4 as well. It's going to prompt a bit of a response from Carahouse, certainly going to keep those 2 members pretty dedicated to the B site. And even then, Rambo also kind of watching the mid into B rotate.
Ranking still unsure of themselves in the round now, starting to group back up towards mid. We still have Humio playing in the tunnels, watching for that flank if it might come through. But Carahouse, this is exactly what you want to do in this situation. 2-1-2 setup, make sure you have the trades ready to go, and really put a lot of extra pressure onto Ranking to make a mistake.
At this point, kind of relying on Ranking to hit some pretty damn good entries. Next frag absolutely must go their way. And I can't imagine that's going to be an easy task with JRK holding this line, though Hugh has gotten across. And yeah, I mean, there was just a little bit of a bait and switch there. Now Lucas needs to double down. He does, but still Nevis also did the same. And Ranking somehow have found a favorable advantage in the post plan. Ice Cube spots out Shady as well. That's going to be a painful one to lose for Carahouse, because it did feel like that should be their round.
You know, that's the thing about Ranking Esports is that their gunplay is pretty special, right? Like some of the shots they're able to hit on these entries that multiple players can hit, like Ice Cube on entry with Humio and Nevis, all of them are just able to just saw a line of headshots in the kill feed. It's kind of insane, and you're not really going to push on a B that easily unless you're, JRK got a little bit unlucky with the timing, but still the shot was crisp from his enemy, and that's what allowed them that somewhat easy entry on the B somehow.
This map is finally playing out the way that we had been saying it would for ranking the entire series, right? The 3 players that you expect to see doing the heavy lifting. Ice Cube, Humio, Nevis, all 3 of them stepping up in a big way. KT15 and Fatcon playing a little bit more of a supportive element. And that really feels like when that is occurring, that's when you get the best look from ranking. And on the other side of the field, it's Lucas and Dola that are trying to hang on for Carahouse. Shady maybe helping out a little bit there. Still hanging in the balance at 7-6. Carahouse can't afford to lose rounds like that last one. And this is a different setup from ranking. I'm not sure I back Rambo to get more than just the 1 here. 1 certainly feels doable, but even that is a little bit too much, which leaves Dola in an awkward spot here. He's going to have to pop himself back up, plays whack-a-mole, and the mole gets whacked in this case. It is 4-on-3 now. Another good post plant for Ranking Esports as KT15 keeps challenging in the window. Bit off a little more than he could chew, but you've still got trades coming through, and eventually it's actually Carahouse that come out ahead. Ice Cube's got no idea where is he going. They've got a huge crossfire on the side, and Carahouse somehow win that round.
That's pretty rough, but I feel like a lot of it starts with KT15 on the downfall of that round. He had the positioning to stall 2 different players and whiffed sprays onto both of them, and that just shows you the pressure of this match getting to a player and ultimately letting it all unravel. Now it's going to be really tough to answer for ranking if they can't find a way to win these rounds, because that's a round where you have that bomb site control perfectly. You've got to hold on to those.
Yeah, absolutely, especially after, again, another very clean execution. They get in there quick, they take out Rambo, and they get onto the A site so cleanly, and then just kind of lose it there right at the most important moment is pretty devastating for them. As now Dola, he's got Rambo with him in the pillars, and he says, well, I don't really see anything over here just yet. So they're either mid or they're A, as Vodcon is getting isolated here, as the rest of the team is just going to go into A. There were so many members in mid, and at least the one guy from pillars, you got to make a move.
Got a W key at this point, and they have just gotten in time. Shady, if he even gets 1 here, it could be a difference maker in the round, but he'll fall solo, and all of a sudden we're back to 4-on-4. Ranking get to redo the last round. They get another crack at it, another bite at the cherry, and hopefully they've learned from their mistakes.
I think they may have here. Ice Cube, though, still gets a little bit aggressive. He's punished for it. It's down to the 3-on-4. KT15, though, playing a much more passive angle for himself, which I think will pay off in this round. JRK and Dola have to make the move, but it's Humio and Nevis who get 3 between the 2 of them. Humio spots the last player, and he connects on the triple for the round.
This is getting so crazy. These rounds are, oh man, the last one especially was quite messy. This one, big cleaner from the side of ranking. As you saw, they were trying to go for that re-entry. People getting caught with grenades in their hands and getting very aggressive with the peaks. It's getting pretty hype and close at this point in time, 8-7.
Got to be the game of the tournament so far. And to think this started with a 10-0 for Carahouse, and here we are in map 3 with ranking up 8-7. This is...
We knew this was going to happen,
going
actually.
crazy.
Yeah.
We did. Yeah, I mean, we did, but... I mean, we read the script beforehand,
and
so...
Wa1K, he knew as well.
Yeah. What a goat. Either way, another 5-on-5, and this time ranking, I think they're going to pick the pace up again. It feels like they just want to try to get this over and done with. Faster into B, the C4 leading the charge. Where's the rest of the squad? They've lost 1. KT15 down. Lucas holding strong. He's found 3, and Carahouse will strike back.
Oh, man.
It's
surely not an
over.
8-10, though. Surely not for ranking. It would be the worst time for that curse to come back. I mean, Lucas kind of did everything in this one. I was really impressed that he was able to isolate all of these different 1v1s, but on the other side of it, ranking, you've got to trade that. But look at that nade stack. KT15 takes down Lucas, a good way to get that instant revenge.
Yeah.
That is just so this series. Like, Lucas picks up like 3 or 4 insane headshots, and then he just dies to a nade stack. It's
They
like,
just
okay.
hit him with a nope. You thought.
Yeah, and ranking, they've slowed it down a little bit. They were positioned all the way back after throwing those nades, just waiting, trying to feel the pressure. It worked out for them.
And an A hit right now just feels like it would be unstoppable from ranking, though. Carahouse have rotated an extra player across, and Rambo's making the push. KT15 watching for it all on the line. Rambo's got himself 1, 2 even, and he's still alive. The trade came through from Ice Cube. That orb gets to ring out one more time. He's got more chances, but chased down by Nevis, and we find ourselves with a duo on either side. C4 needs to be retrieved. Ranking have a lot of time. They could even rotate out. They've got to be careful, though, going into mid, because JRK has set himself up in the tower. But they could honestly just sneak past him.
Yeah, it's a tough position to get that value perfectly from, especially if Nevis doesn't take this bait to go into the tower. You can tell he's thinking about it, though. They start to double back towards this A bomb site. JRK, the timing, though, for the flank could be ideal. He actually thought they went underneath him, though, towards B. They rotate off of the A bomb site, and ranking, if they don't take too long, this is a huge play for them to work with. But again, they're shift walking the whole way there. Shady is already back on this bomb site underneath in the vent, but they still should at least get a free plant out of this situation. But Shady, he has to be the response factor they need in this round. Nevis spots him on the shoulder peak, takes him down. JRK has to get it in the 1v2 here. He's been spotted, I believe, by Ice Cube as well, who moves out of the picture. Nevis gonna go down here. Ice Cube has to hit the shots, and he will. 9-8, ranking take the lead.
My God.
That was a crazy round. I think JRK must have heard the, whatever it was, the grenade being thrown, and he's like, all right, I'm going to wait 3 seconds, peeks out, sees nothing. And he's like, well, they must have pushed. They threw the utility, like, they must have pushed somewhere. It's not A, my ally is there, my teammate.
Yep.
They went B. And they go to B, and they're
They stuck again?
on A long. Oh, no! Not again!
And not only is it one player down here, JRK is also at half HP off the back of that. Carahouse are trying to throw a spanner in the works by playing aggressively. It's worked out. Rambo's caught Humio. What a mess. This final round of regulation is a 4-on-4, essentially. Dola, the key player, though, for Carahouse, feels like has been taken out of the round. Humio has also been pretty important for ranking. But a 3-stack toward the A side of the map, and it's going to be where ranking end this round as well. They are super committed. KT15 has the C4, pushing in that direction. This feels like it could be an overtime.
It's really up to JRK and Shady on this position. They've got everything in their hands to stop this push. KT15 leading the entry for ranking. He has to wrap this corner super quickly, or he's going to get busted by JRK in this spot. They get past him quickly enough. Shady goes down. Ranking, they have the site. JRK has to find something. He can't. Lucas goes down as well. That's going to be it. Ranking take it 10-8 and win the series 2-1.
Well, there you have it. It does come down to a 10-8 victory from the side of Ranking Esports to take the 2-1 and win it out in the wild card. They take the first seed, which means they will be going up against X-Rock Gaming in the round of 8. Of course, that does mean that Carahouse has to face Baisha again, and we know what happened last time. They have been thrown to the Sharks because they couldn't defeat their Vietnamese brothers across the stage. And it all came down to so many crazy rounds on that compound.
I mean, they'll get at least one more map, right? Because it's going to be a best of 5. I'm not sure that that's necessarily going to help them. But, man, has to be said, what a comeback from Ranking. That is a reverse sweep in style, right? You go down 10-0 on map 1, and then you come back 10-7, 10-8. It really felt like, actually, that final map in the series almost deserved to go to overtime. But Ranking said no. And you can see on the stage there, absolutely no love lost between these teams. Lots of words exchanged. And at the end of the day, it is Ranking that proved to be the better of the two Vietnamese teams. All I have to say about that, though, is easiest prediction of my life.
Yeah,
Not even close.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, they had everything they needed to go into this series and win it. They kind of just sold themselves short in that first map, I think, got into their own heads, made a bit of a risky pick that did not work out at all, but it shows the resilience that this team has to truly pull this one back and go full circle and win 2-1. And now they have a real chance of making a top 4 run here. X-Rock probably the best out of any wildcard team coming in to the playoffs to ask for. And now they can see how far they can actually push themselves. Obviously, it is a rematch going in against a team that did beat them 2-0, but it was still a really competitive match they had in the group stages against X-Rock. And with the improvements we're seeing from this team throughout, I think it's going to be a great quarterfinal for them.
I just want that to be the one that goes 5 maps. You know, every other one, like Baisha, All Gamers, probably going to take it, 3-1 or 3-0, I would expect. And then, the Pacific Makta match against Vincent is also pretty interesting, I think. But this one, I think it's going to have a little bit more fire because at least finally this series was one that was really close, really back and forth, a very fun series. And Ranking have really leveled up over time. So it's a really nice story to have like the expected favorites in X-Rock going up against the challengers once again who have leveled up their game. It's going to be a great best of 5, surely. That one should be happening at least within the next couple of days. So make sure you guys are tuning into that.
Yeah, I believe tomorrow is the Baisha game and the Pacific Makta Vincent game. If I'm not incorrect, though, I think we'll have a graphic for you guys after the interview if you're really interested in seeing what the next matches are going to be. End of the day, though, I mean, you could see how disappointed as well Carahouse were because they kind of know that losing this series almost essentially eliminates them from the competition. Now, it doesn't, but in every sense of the word, it is almost a death sentence for them in the event, given that they do have to go up against Baisha. And Baisha's a team that have pretty much, like, in every single series, bar the one against Pacific Makta, won every map 10-2 or better. And even against Pacific Makta, they weren't really pushed. Like, they were pushed to a 10-6, but a 10-6 is really not giving you a whole lot to even talk about when you're the team coming off the loss there. So, I don't know, Carahouse, that is a painful one definitely to lose. They definitely looked pretty distraught on the stage after that one, and hopefully they're going to be able to have a bit of a team chat overnight and figure out something. But yeah, I mean, Baisha, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Thrown to the Sharks.
Yeah.
Thrown overboard.
You reap what you sow, though,
You
right?
got to swim in the ocean with Baisha. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I almost feel like the 10-0 is maybe what lost them this series as well. After you have a map like that, you almost think you're untouchable, and then you go into the next 2 maps, and it's clearly not the case, and I feel like they were kind of shocked with how that Mexico started to begin with because they had kind of this blind confidence to go in with, and they thought nothing could go wrong with how things were progressing, but that's the exact moment you really set up the other team, if they're ready to play well, to make that kind of comeback. So I feel like this is the perfect opportunity for Ranking to just keep taking that mentality into the next game, because if you can bounce back after a 10-0 against anyone, that's a huge statement for what they might be able to do in the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. You could feel the mental up and downs from both sides, really. So I think that's a great point. Sometimes winning 10-0 can be to your own detriment. So yeah, pretty interesting series. A fun back and forth one. It does finish the wild card round, which means that from now on it's all best of 5s. We only get usually 2 best-of-5s per day. And it's pretty much, well, it's going to be single elimination knockout tomorrow and the day after for the round of 8. And then we do move on to the double elimination playoffs bracket where we do move stadiums. That's going to be a lot of fun as well.
That's going to be a big one, right? Double elim, best of 5. It feels like there's ample opportunity if you're maybe one of the underdog teams to have a bit of a crack. You're going to get at least 2 games, though on the same token, you're kind of asking to, if you want to make it through to that grand final or win that final, probably have to beat a team like Baisha or All Gamers twice in a best of 5. Like, if beating them in a best of 5 once was already difficult enough, maybe nigh impossible, now someone or a combination of someone's is going to have to do it on a couple of occasions. So that's going to be a pretty interesting storyline. It's maybe the most difficult run to make through a playoffs that you could potentially write, like every game best of 5, double elim. If you make it to that best of 5, obviously, yeah, huge playoffs to go ahead. But, you know, before that point, right, like you say, single elim from 8 to 4, we're basically going to cull 4 more teams over the next 2 days. That really feels like quite a cutthroat couple of days. Especially, by the way, because of the way that the bracket played out, right? Like, one of Pacific Magda or Vincent is going home. One of All Gamers or Imperial is also going home. So already there, you're like, wow, that's 2 teams that you probably don't want to lose that early in the competition, just straight away out of there. And then, you know, like obviously Baisha, X-Rock up on the top side of the bracket, feeling pretty confident about things, now being able to face one of the Vietnamese teams. But even still, yeah, very savage kind of a format getting pushed in here in the CFS 2023 Grand Finals, until, of course, you make it into the playoffs. But getting there into that top 4 is not an easy task.
It's a bit bizarre as well because we have 3 of the 4 knockout stage matches being teams that have already played each other in the group stage so far, which is kind of weird if you think about it. Pacific and Vincent are the only teams that really haven't gone head-to-head yet. So for every other team in their knockout stage, they have to go into it knowing it's a team that's already 2-0'd them at some point in this tournament, and that makes it even harder.
Yeah. Well, as they say, just be good and win.
Who says that?
That's the way. Well,
apparently
anybody who wants to win and
just
move on
good
to
and
the
win.
next round.
The more you know.
Because, you know, at the end of the day, it's the best competition from every region, and everybody's going to be really good on their given day. Even the West teams, you know, they were decent. They showed off their stuff. They were still really good teams from, you know, the region, and although they did get eliminated, it's, you know, same thing for every other team. It's because you're going up against the best of the best of the best in the world. So at the end of the day, if you can't win a best of 5 against a really good team, then I guess, you know, that's it for you.
Well, speaking of which, right, like we're talking about power rankings of the individual regions. Obviously, we've got China up the top, but Brazil generally pretty comfortably sitting in second. Actually, though, there is a world where neither Brazilian team actually makes it through to the playoffs after these next couple of days, right? Because they both get a pretty tough draw. Like Vincent, I can see them definitely losing to Pacific Magda, and Imperial, we've already seen them lose once to All Gamers. There's every possibility that they lose there as well in that best of 5. And then all of a sudden we're like, well, no Brazilian teams in the top 4. And when was the last time that happened at a CFS event?
It's been a while.
Well, Kyle,
I think maybe 5 years. I think it's been probably 5 years.
2018 would have had at least a did not a Brazilian team win in 2018?
2018, no, actually. Or no, it was 2017 was the last time we didn't have a Brazilian team because that's the year that we saw Kungara's core roster actually made the top 4. So, yeah, it's a tough thing to think about. Brazil kind of moving into that number 1 and now maybe even not even being number 2 in recent history is pretty tough for them.
Number 3.
I mean,
all 4.
What if Ranking and Pacific Magda make it, and then no Brazilian team makes it?
I feel like Ranking is a bit of an overstep to say they're gonna make it. I mean, yeah, they look great today, but X-Rock, I feel like if they can 2-0 them once, they can certainly win in a best of 5. Maybe they drop a map. I feel like Ranking could definitely win at least a map in that series, but 3 against X-Rock, I would find hard to believe.
But what if Brazil falls to the 4th
I mean,
level. I don't think it'll happen, but
I feel like Imperial, even if they
unfortunate.
don't make it through, I would say they're better than ranking beating X-Rock, even if that happens.
Yeah.
I feel like Imperial, it's unfortunate that the only team they might lose to is just All Gamers twice, and that's their tournament. But at the same time, I mean, they had a
Unlucky.
10-8 map there. They didn't seem like they were in an unwinnable position
Yeah.
against All Gamers. I feel like if Imperial is going to take out a team, they have a better chance against AG than they would against Baisha in this circumstance.
Yeah.
So it's not outlandish to say they could take that to 5-map series.
I mean, that's kind of what I was saying yesterday as well, or even actually earlier this morning, right? If Imperial wants to be sitting on the top of the throne, right, and conquering rather than competing, then obviously they've got to do it against the teams that are given to them, and you're probably going to have to face All Gamers somewhere along that run anyway, and well, may as well do it earlier rather than later. Here is the match data, and a very solid performance. Nevis, Ice Cube, Humio, KT15 all looking pretty good in that one, and unfortunately for Carahouse, 10-8 is going to be a painful loss indeed.
should have just not 10-0'd. Then maybe, you know, keep your mental in check. Nevis is going to pick up the MVP. Pretty interesting. I probably would have gone for Ice Cube. He had the highest ADR, but, I mean, he is playing the AWM. Either way, I think it was kind of a three-way carry between Nevis and Ice Cube and Humio.
Yep.
On many different occasions. 10-0 and then 10-7, 10-8. The two closer maps going to ranking esports.
That hurts. Does hurt for Carahouse.
Yeah,
Feels
I mean,
like a long time ago that they got that 10-0.
it's also not every day you lose a series where you actually win more rounds overall. So Carahouse, that's even
funny.
more bitter to swallow. I mean, they won 25 rounds to 20 in actual round score, but
Wrecked.
it came down to the maps.
Oh, man.
Got to play to the format, right? End of the day, it's not how many rounds can you get over 3 maps. It's
Yeah, Imperial.
get to 10 first.
Play the format and beat all gamers. Otherwise,
That's facts.
you're gone. Yeah. It's going to be a fun next couple of days. I think
Yep.
Baisha's probably going to have their fun. And then every other best of 5, who knows what happens. This is the standings from today. Was a longer day, ranking esports ending up with the 2-0. And Carahouse going 1-1. Kungara, very close, but just not close enough. And, you know, maybe next time. It was great to watch them. I really loved watching them play. They were a lot of fun to cast.
Yeah, I feel like moving forward now it's going to be on to these kind of decider games. In my mind, I'm most excited for Pacific Makta. I actually think out of any team we've seen outside of a Chinese team, they have the best chance at potentially upsetting and making a good top 4 run, maybe even a finals appearance if they get like an X-Rock in the semifinals. I could see a world they somehow squeeze in, but in the double elimination format, you've got to think they've got to go through 2 Chinese teams, and then it's like, maybe they contend against All Gamers. I'm not sure, because I feel like they were competitive, very much so, in that match against Baisha, even though the scorelines didn't quite indicate how close those rounds actually were sometimes.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a lot of fun over the next couple of days, but we're not done today. We still have the interview ready to go with one of the members from Ranking. Let's throw it to the stage right now.
We've got Nevis from Ranking Esports as the MVP of our final game from today. And congratulations, Ranking Esports are now the first seed out of the wildcard day and definitely in our final 8. How does that make you feel, Nevis?
Chúc mừng đội mình đã giành được chiến thắng hôm nay, và hôm nay là đội mình đã giành được vị trí thứ nhất ở trong vòng Wildcard. Vì hiện giờ cảm xúc của em như thế nào?
Cảm xúc của em rất là vui khi mà đã đánh bại được đội tuyển Carahouse để chiến thắng vòng Wildcard.
我现在非常开心。
So now I feel very relaxed, very
因
happy.
为
So far, so
已经
good.
打败了
Because we have already
在这场比
defeat
赛取得
Carahouse
胜利。
and got a victory.
Now, you've played Carahouse.2L many times. You've lost many times on Ankara to them. Why did you play them on Ankara?
Trước kia đội em đã từng đánh rất nhiều với đội Carahouse rồi. Vậy tại sao trong trận này bên em lại vẫn chọn map Ankara?
Thực ra thì team em đã tập luyện rất là nhiều ở map Ankara nhưng mà kết quả đó không như mong đợi. Em muốn phục thù lại nhưng mà không được.
因为之前我们
That
有
is
训练过很多
because
次在这
previously
个
we have
地
do a
图
lot
上
of training
然
on
后
this map,
但是结果是
but the result
没有
is
没有达到我们
not
的
as
欲望，
we
所以这
are
次我们
expected.
想复仇，
So we want to take revenge at this time,
但是结果还不是很好。
but the result is still not as we expected.
No, you lost 10-0, which is the first 10-0 of the competition. So what happened on Mexico? How did you turn it around?
Trong cái map đầu tiên mình đã bị thua và vậy trong cái map thứ hai thì đã xảy ra chuyện, đã có đội mình đã điều chỉnh như nào hay là đã có chuyện gì xảy ra?
Sau map thua thứ nhất thì bọn em đã thay đổi chiến thuật liên tục để có thể giành chiến thắng.
在第一个地图被打败之后，
So
我
after the
们
first
队
map,
我们队就立马
so our
就
team
调整了
have
战术，
changed our
然后
strategies.
就可以赢得比赛。
So that's the key to the success.
Okay, and both the Vietnamese teams are through to the final 8. How proud are you for your whole region being at CFS?
Hiện giờ đội bên mình đã vào được vòng tứ kết thì em có cảm thấy hài lòng về cái kết quả này không?
Em rất là vui khi mà đã được vào lại vòng Wildcard thì em sẽ cố gắng ở vòng tiếp theo.
我非常开心，然后
So
也
we are
非
very
常就
happy
是满意这个结果，然
and
后
we are very satisfied
在
with this
下一场
result.
比赛，我
So for the next
我也
match,
是努力的
we
打
will
比
work
赛。
hard on the game.
Of course. We will look forward to seeing a stronger performance from Ranking Esports in the final 8. GG, congratulations Neves, congratulations Ranking Esports in our final match from the Wildcard series for today.
Well, there you have it, the mystery unraveled as we figure out why did they pick Kungara, how did they turn it around after that, and so on and so forth. So you can see there was a lot of thought behind all those decisions, and it eventually did end up working out at the end, I suppose you could say, with the 2-1 victory going the way of Ranking Esports.
Yep. Yeah, very good stuff. No complaints at all, obviously. Ranking Esports feeling pretty happy on the stage there, you can see as well, and no reason not to be at this point in time. You have given yourself at least the best case scenario after going third place in your group. But honestly, in a weird way, it kind of feels like it might have actually played out in their favor, because potentially if they went second in their group, they might have ended up against All Gamers. Instead, they get X-Rock, and look, no doubt about it, X-Rock does feel a little bit more susceptible than All Gamers, but yeah, either way, Ranking, I mean, they're making the best out of, quote-unquote, a bad situation. Although, I make the argument it maybe isn't even a bad situation anymore. I think it's definitely a winnable game.
I think so as well. I feel like Ranking are in a good position. The rounds they had were very close with X-Rock in their first meetup, and if you want to take a Chinese team out of this tournament, the knockout stage is the best place to do it before you get to that double elimination cycle as well. So, you know what? Maybe there is a world where Imperial pulls an upset, Ranking pulls an upset, and Baisha's the only team that actually makes it in to that double stage. It makes it a much more interesting competition, I think, if that's the case, but I think both of those teams have proven there's at least some upset potential on the table.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's some... I feel like the one thing we know 100% for certain is that Baisha is probably going to 3-0 Carahouse. Other than that, I feel like it's all up in the air. Like, I think Imperial could challenge All Gamers. I think that Ranking could challenge X-Rock. I think that Pacific, Makta, and Vincent could really go either way. Probably in the favor of Pacific, but Vincent could definitely turn things around. Maybe they got some extra information from that last best of 3 they played, and now they come back with some better fire and better strategies and stuff. But yeah, overall, a pretty fun group stage into the wild card. We're pretty much all done over here, and just really looking forward to the next couple of days.
Yeah.
With the best of fives now starting, it's going to be fun.
It's almost sad, right? Like, it kind of feels like now we're on the downhill slope to finishing the event off. I don't know exactly how many, I'm not going to do the math on stream, how many days we're in and how many days we've got left to go, but I think we might have actually gone past the halfway point. 6 days in, 6 days to go, or 6 days in, 5 days to go?
5 days to go.
Yeah, so we've already passed the halfway point of the tournament.
Definitely did that math by myself,
yeah.
not looking off screen. Someone giving me hand signals.
We haven't said goodbye to more than half the teams just yet, though. By actually the next couple of days, though, we will have said goodbye to more than half the teams. And yeah, we're kind of like down on that downhill slope, sort of heading in toward that grand final and closing out another year of Crossfire and Crossfire Stars. So a little bit of me is a little bit sad, that we've only got 5 days left to go, but they are going to be 5 big days of competition. Bare minimum, except for the grand final day, you are going to get 2 best of 5s a day, although there is 1 day off in between. Next Thursday is going to be the day where we swap from being here in the studio to going over to the arena, so that's going to be a day with no play. But yeah, 2 best of 5s a day. On one of those days is 3 best of 5s as well, so there's still a lot of competition to talk about. And honestly, the competition only gets better from here, right? We've kind of gutted the weaker teams. They're out of the competition now. And from here on out, it's kind of the best of the best. And as of the next 2 days, we're eliminating, again, another 4, actually, of the weaker teams. And once we get into those playoffs, man, those best of 5s are going to be so tight, and they're going to be from the best teams in the world. It's going to be a crazy finish to the tournament.
So, in case you guys forgot, Ranking Esports did get out in first in the wild card, and Carahouse.2L in second. So I'm sure we're in a moment going to once again show you the bracket. So this is the most important thing, because the second place team from the wild card plays against Baisha. We've been talking about this all day long. And of course, Pacific Makta against Vincent Gaming, X-Rock versus Ranking Esports, the first seed from wild card, and then Chengdu All Gamers against Imperial.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? That is crazy.
Yeah.
Pretty solid bracket, though. I mean, we've got a lot of good teams in there. I think going into this tournament, if you would have chosen your teams to go through into the top 8, probably would have been close to that. I mean, I guess today I had Kungara over Carahouse, but that was the only thing really that hasn't essentially gone at least. Oh, okay, these teams are going into the top 8. Now, the seeding, that's completely out of my expectation, to be quite honest with you. I would have thought All Gamers 2, X-Rock 3, etc., so on and so forth. But at least as far as the teams are concerned, I feel like we've probably got the top 8 teams that did deserve to be there. There's no funny business going on there, so I'm happy with the 8 that we've got.
What do you think, Kyle?
It would have been nice to see a West League team in the mix. It has been a while since they weren't in a quarterfinals, but I wouldn't disagree that the best teams made it through today.
Well, that's what we end up with after the day. I hope you guys did take a picture of that bracket, and it's going to be a really fun and kind of really tense next couple of days to see which 4 teams are going to make it into the playoffs. But we are done for today. Hope you guys did enjoy the broadcast once again, and we'll see you tomorrow for more action here at CFS 2023 Grand Finals.